Alrighty, greetings everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome back to another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless. All content, fire spells only. I can definitely see I forgot something. Greetings to Mr. Jason. And everyone else as well. I hope we're all doing well in body and mind today, and I do hope we enjoy our stay. My apologies for being late, and unlike last time, unlike most of the times where I've been late, today was an actual skill issue on my part, and I will be more than happy to explain in just a minute. But before we do that, I would like to first take the opportunity to thank all of our wonderful contributors during this month's and future months cycles. So let's do that now. We can also play the camera mini game while we're here. Okay. So, first, I'd like to say, I read these placards at the start of each and every stream as a way to thank all of our wonderful contributors who put up with me being late, among other things. My apologies. Like I said, I will explain in due time in a few minutes. But I do have wonderful perks. If you guys would... If you guys are subscribed or have memberships on Patreon or Coffee or anywhere else, and I have a spot for people who make direct donations through Coffee, excuse me. So let's begin by reading, shall we? I'd like to thank Grunge Monkey and Ballshat for their subscription packages, for the purchase of their subscription packages, and moving forward, for anyone that purchases or gifts like a quantity of subs or purchases sub time for more than 5 months, I will put purple text in front of their name. So Mr. Ballshack, I believe you were talking about making a request for different text. Here you go, good sir. It's the same font, but I put a different color on it. Please do enjoy that. I'd like to also thank Mr. Raspy the player for continuing to keep the lights on with a Valkyrie tier membership. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges of such a membership, good sir. While I do not have any patrons or one-off contributors during this month's cycle, and I want to note that I don't need to update the dates on these yet. I will need to update them after the stream today, however. I would like to thank people who have used Patreon in the past or have made one-time contributions through Coffee, Stream Elements, or similar platforms. Your contribution really does mean the world to me. I've got some bookkeeping that I need to do before we can really truly get started. And by that I mean quite a bit more bookkeeping. I need to move something real quick. Mr. Jason says, and I need to go and really catch up on chat here. Mr. Jason says, it took a majority of yesterday as I was watching Seremu's The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time stream, but I can happily confirm that I've managed to acquire all 26 fishing hole passes in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D now, good sir. Nice! And I'm glad that I've got them all, as some of those fishing hole past side quests require me to redo already completed temples, and some of them were prizes for some really annoying minigames and side quests. Yeah, that sounds like the 100% experience right there. Not much more to say than that. Truly. Yeah, I remember having to do some similarly annoying things during Twilight Princess. The golden bug hunt in particular. I enjoyed the golden bug hunt, but it was annoying. Also, the combined chat is definitely not making noise, and I'm worried about that, but don't really have that type of time to worry about that right now. Mr. Jason says, as always, we thank the truly wonderful Mr. Raspy for keeping Mr. Coin grounded with coffee. Too true, and I looked it up. It is actually pronounced coffee. So yes, the joke is very apropos. Mr. Jason says, but Mr. Coin, you do need to update those dates, good sir. 6/1/26 was 5 months ago. Nice try. I literally just cracked open Krita like maybe 10-15 minutes ago. I checked. But good attempt. Mr. Jason says, ah yes, Toilet Princess. Yeah, Toilet Princess. I mean, it could be worse. It could be the demon guy with the cats, or it could be the real scare factor is the Mr. Tingle lookalike, which I know the lore. I definitely know what he is. I know what he's supposed to represent. Yeah, there's a reason he looks like that. For those that want to know why I said that, please do feel free to check out Mr. Chugga Conroy's playthrough of Twilight Princess HD. That will tell you everything you need to know. Now, give me 2 seconds, and I will be right back onto the screen. I need to reposition something real quick. Gamer HQ says, yo dude, nice streaming. I would love to gift you. Oh yes, please don't put random Discord accounts into the chat. And everything is gonna be going wrong today, isn't it? I can feel it. I can feel it today. I guess I'm thankful it happened in the early part of the stream, which I'm gonna go an extra half hour today to make up for the missed time. So you guys will get your 6 hours. I promise. Mr. Jason says, ah yes, the Hyrule Castle Claw Shot minigame, which is a fine minigame in Hyrule Castle Town. Yeah, exactly. The Hyrule Castle Town Claw Shot minigame. All right, let me readjust the UI and on your screen, and I will be right back. Okay, my apologies. And I will go ahead and get us off of the screen here, because I have something I want to show you guys. Also, I hope we all had a wonderful weekend. Truly, I hope we did. I had an okay weekend. You know, I got to hang out with friends. I did work on and got my friends to help me make a recording for the shill. The combined shill isn't ready yet. I need to edit it. I would have done that yesterday, but I had another midlife crisis event, and that midlife crisis prompted me to download a little piece of software called, let me see if I can't find it. Here. Let me toggle the overlay here. I have downloaded a little piece of software called Godot, and I did look that up. It is pronounced Godot. You could also pronounce it Godot or Godot as well, but I am going to try to like look into making my own games, or at least start the journey of doing that, because I should have done this a long time ago. It's gonna be my attempt at, you know, making something of myself. I said I had a midlife crisis, and I meant it. So I have already followed a tutorial for making my first game. I even went through and made a snip of what I was doing, which I will put on the Discord later. But yeah, that is what I spent entirely too much time doing today and yesterday, was fiddling around with Godot and watching tutorials and other stuff. Let me catch back up on chat and we will keep it moving. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, according to my save file in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D, I last saved on the 9/2/2017, good sir. I changed the date and system settings so it doesn't look like I did anything in 2026. Fair enough. Mr. Jason says, I had a wonderful weekend, albeit with considerably less coin stamp, and I may do, good sir. Yeah, very well. I'm glad you had a wonderful weekend. I'm sorry I could not be present for it, but I do take weekends for myself. We all know how that is. I can't be streaming 7 days a week. I mean, I guess we could. I guess I could do that. But welcome on in, Grunge Monkey. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and spirit, and I hope you enjoy your day, your stay here. Again, my apologies for the lateness. As I was just explaining to Mr. Jason, I overslept due to fiddling around with a piece of game development software called Godot. I'm gonna attempt to make something of myself with that. I was up until about 4 in the morning, fiddling around with it, so I overslept. Yeah, real skishu. I have no one to blame but myself. I'm gonna try, Grunge Monkey. I'm gonna try to make one. I'm gonna be learning a lot of tutorials and kind of just retooling the skill set I have. I need to do something with myself. And although streaming is already doing something with myself, I need to do something more with myself. And so I'm hoping this journey I'm going to take with Godot is going to turn into something fruitful. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, I'm now feeling 99.9% confident that The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D is now 100% complete. Yeah, and you go on to say, and I know that The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D is 100% complete. Nice. Good. So what's next for Mr. Jason then? Are you gonna go on a spree of fully completing your games, good sir? You gonna attempt to do something else? I'm just curious. Grunge Monkey asks, what are your ideas? I don't really have an idea yet. I know what my ultimate goal is with Godot if I get somewhere with it, and that is to make a fighter. I know. I'm an action RPG enthusiast, and yet I want to make a fighter. Look at me. I'm a walking contradiction. My motivation for that is mostly I'm a huge Soul Calibur fan. I love the Soul Calibur series. And while I don't want to step on Soul Calibur's toes for copyright purposes, the fact that Bandai Namco is not going to be making like another one to my knowledge is really upsetting. I can't say I blame them, as, you know, if they're going to make decisions that cause the sixth one to suddenly stop doing so well, or the series to just kind of rot on the grapevine, then, well, I want to make my own OCs and attempt to do that. But that is a goal. That is a huge goal. That's like in the ballpark of where I'd like to be. But first, I feel like I need to make simple things that have nothing to do with that. And instead are just, this is what my ability to do things is. Because if I'm working on projects by myself, I only have my own skill set. Guess what? I have to learn. I probably need to find either music samples that have no copyright, or I gotta spend time in audio software. I gotta make my own assets or art, assuming I don't find enough free samples that allow me to do what I want. In anything off a CC0 license, that's a Creative Commons license, and the 0 means I don't have to credit people, or CC1. Assuming I don't find anything like that, then I have to spend time making art or other stuff, and if I'm doing that, that's gonna take a while. I don't know what my first game will be, if anything. It will probably be a bunch of side projects until I'm good and ready to actually commit to doing something. Mr. Jason says, "Oh my God, idea! You should make an RPG game called Coin RPG and have the great evil be troll level creators and let the dungeons be a little bit trolly." Maybe. I think that might be, the name might be a little too on the nose, but I could definitely see doing something of that nature. Grunge Monkey says, "I did a little bit of game dev a long time ago. I didn't make anything interesting, just kind of test scenarios while I was learning." Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same thing. I have to learn Godot's scripting language, which is GDScript. It is basically a open source unique version of Python. So it has the Python rules. The indent determines, you know, what level of script you're on. You don't need to, even though I did a bit of computer programming and computer science in C++, like when I was still in college, I feel more at home in Python more at home at Python anyway, because the software that I do in my free time, or that I use in my free time, already runs on Python. Grunge Monkey goes on to say, "One thing at a time though, right? Just focus on learning the coding and engine." Yep, that is exactly my goal. Grunge Monkey then goes on to say, "If it's easier for your concentration on the game, you don't have to read out my messages when you respond. I can tell when you're responding to me." I do probably need to start moving toward that, rather than reading them out loud. So that is I'm glad you said that. I warned people that I might have to start doing that. Also, I am bad at doing two things at the same time, so I tend to pick one, and I really love you guys as like a content creators, so of course I'm gonna pick conversing with you when I can, as often as I am able. So in the future, I'm going to start training myself to read this statement and then give a reply. It might take me a few seconds to do that, or it'll take me some time to learn that behavior, and then it will probably take me a few seconds to actually read what you're saying, or what you're typing before I reply to it. Now, Grunge Monkey says, yeah, like if you glance over and respond to something I said, I'm not gonna be like, hey, he didn't read it out. It's fine. Yeah, I've been thinking about that for a long time. I'm glad you brought that into the forefront, Grunge Monkey. Thank you. Sorry, lots of bookkeeping. Let's go over what happened last time, and then we will proceed to probably try to get at least something done. So last time we did a good chunk of stuff in Altus Plateau. We dealt with the Tree Sentinel, the Perfumer's Grotto. We dealt with the copied version of Lanceax. We dealt with Wormface. We saw Wormfaces for the first time. We went through a bunch of the windmill pastures, and ultimately our journey culminated in defeating the Godskin Apostle. Fun fact, you can summon Millicent for this fight if you get the prosthesis arm first. We did not do that, so we could not summon her. I should say, even though this is all content, the NPC quests do not advance via summoning for the most part, to my knowledge. Our goal today, I would like to at least get, I would say Grave Sentinel Wind Grant. I know, not a good goal, but Wind Grant is a custom boss, and I've only fought him a couple of times. What else? Yeah, I'm keeping my expectations real today. Without further ado, I believe we were on our way toward dying over here at the encampment over and over because I have not workshopped this. Surprise, I was really busy. You know, Skishu again. I was busy trying to figure out, you know, my life. Like I said, I had the whole midlife crisis yesterday. I was like, I gotta do something with myself. And so Godot is gonna attempt to be a start at that. Great start, Coin. Great start. Yeah, we're gonna die a few times while I think I remember what I need to do here. I can't tell if I need to head off to the right or to the left. There was like a finicky strategy one needed to do. Also, that is not enough runes to care. So let me see if I can't maybe go far field and try that. Yeah, okay. I have found the strat. The strat is, you know, go far field to the right and then go up the hill from there. Got it. Grunge Monkey says, is making games what you would like to do? If I'm being honest, no. Not because I dislike gaming or anything. And you know, if I had asked myself that maybe 10 years ago, the answer would have been yes. The thing is, and this is coin stamp lore, I suppose. I am a crestfallen former STEM major. That is the best description. When I went to school, when I went to college, I studied at first to be a pharmacy technician with the goal to become a pharmacist. Okay, the audio is coming in. That's what that random jump was. And then later, I was like, oh, wait, hey, yeah, being a farm tech is a super high attrition field. And surprise, surprise, autistic people don't do well in high attrition fields. They don't. It's the social aspect of being a technician that would chew me out. So I'm like, I need to go back to school and learn like a hard science or something. So I went back for, you hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Then we went back to the, then I went back to school to try to be a biologist. Specifically a cellular and molecular biologist. So, I technically have a second degree for this purpose. One one technical degree is a farm tech, and an actual associate's in biology. So I was attempting to make something of my life that way. Then I ran out of money. I ran out of loan money. I actually hit the cap, which is real stupid of me. I have no one to blame but myself. So I was forced to stop and try to find something else to do. I've been trying to do something else ever since. Now, granted, I was streaming during college, so I was already side hustling with the channel as is, but I really needed to take time after running out of, loan money to try to figure out my next steps, which is dangerous with, federal loans. It's really dangerous to do that. But I took that time, and I think this is the path I could settle on. Mr. Jason says, equals if A1 coin stamp live. Jason appreciates Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I do. Grunge Monkey asks, is that sort of field still your ideal vocation if I could? Yes. I like biology a lot. I like the hard sciences. I love math. Even though I do not know a lick of calculus. I mean, I know what I'm looking at when I see calculus or formulae. I just don't know how to do it. That's a separate skill altogether. But I truly enjoy that stuff. I'm a huge STEM junkie. I love all that stuff. So yeah, if I could, I would. As fun as streaming is, and not that streaming isn't useful to society, but the hard sciences are invariably more useful. Not knock on wood there. Mr. Jason says, the only error with that if statement is that I also appreciate you even when you are not live. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. And you go on to say, Coinstamp loves math. Jason does not like maths. Too true. Yes, the UK does have a different method does have a different way of coining mathematics. That said, speaking of math, we got 2 minutes for me to cut the gap between viewing math and streaming math. So let's get to it. We do take commercial breaks here at the top of each and every hour, and of course I'm thankful to everyone who has come along for the ride today. Again, my apologies for the lateness. No, I did not mean to do that. That's gonna cost me. So in about the next 60 seconds, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, and it'll read for 3 minutes. I highly recommend you guys go take a stretch break during that. Because I promise you, you do not want to be looking at ads. I hate ads too. I'll be doing the same thing, getting up and taking a stretch. Once those 3 minutes are up, however, the ads on Twitch should have stopped playing. I will have returned to my seat, and we will pick right back up where we left off. After that time has passed. Mr. Jason says, I'm very pleased with Ceremu Games, good sir. With a bit of help from the chat, he beat the entire water temple in around 5 hours yesterday. Nice. I will definitely read the rest when I come back from the break. Thank you. My apologies about that, folks. I am back. I'm gonna take just a second to clean my glass eyeballs, and then we will keep moving. Lens cleaner. Gotta be able to see, folks. Can't do a challenge run very well if I can't see. Anyone else got to clean glasses or wear glasses? And if so, or contacts. Contacts are their own ritual. I've never worn a contact in my life. Fun fact. I have strictly stuck to glasses. They're easier to maintain. I don't risk scratching my iris or my cornea or the lens on my face or in my eye, excuse me, among other stuff. Plus, you know, some people, lots of folks really like glasses, so there's that. Let's check on the chat, make sure okay, the only movement I see is on the purple app. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Grunge Monkey says, it's a difficult situation. I was studying philosophy or theology. Oh, I think it might be both even. because I do well in that, but there's no careers there. Yeah, that seems like a struggle bus, a little bit. I moved into gardening. I actually know some botany from that, and yeah, it's all interesting, cell biology and whatnot. Yeah, I was gonna take that knowledge and become the simpler way to explain it is a counter bioterrorist, which is to say, I would be preventing the bioterrorism is what I would be doing. I had a whole gigantic plan with that. Of course, it didn't pan out, but I was essentially going to make an alternative to the CDC. That was my ultimate goal. I think we as human beings need to stop fighting each other and start working together toward, you know, threats that affect all of us. And you never know when another sentient species from a different galaxy or a different dimension or just something else, you know, not necessarily from a nefarious force, comes right in and decides to use a bioweapon on us. Heck, the Mass Effect is a perfect example of this with the Krogan and the genophage virus. Grunge Monkey says, I think Bolshak wears glasses. I see. Mr. Jason says, I was somewhat delayed as I went to make a cup of tea. Is it the basic Tetley today, good sir? Or did you get like, did you move into Ceylon today? Who here is at a Ceylon tea? You know, type 1 in the chat. I've had exactly 1 cup of Ceylon tea, best tea ever made. It's expensive. This was back when I had a college stipend and everything. Grunge Monkey says, badass, thanks. I would do that. I would continue to do that. That would still be my goal if I could ever get my foot back into just the hard science again. That is exactly what I would be doing, because we need something that isn't, no disrespect to Tedros, but if Tedros is going to be courting China, and I know I say this as a member of a currently tyrannical country, so make of that what you will. Just because we're being bad does not mean that we should be there. Let me just say this a different way. I don't think the CDC or the WHO, because I think the CDC is national. It would be the WHO. Yeah, that I've got it correct now. I don't think the WHO should be a geopolitical organization. That that nature of it is what makes the WHO as compromised as it is currently. It was us before, and then it was China for some time, and then it'll be someone else. Like, everyone's gonna take turns courting the WHO, and it needs to be more insular than it is. But like I said, that's a future I can't even afford to think about now. Mr. Jason says, when I was at school, Mr. Coin, I got some work experience in a furniture store. One of the jobs was polishing mirrors. After that, I thought I could see myself doing that. Hardy har har. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. Yeah, a nice joke, by the way. Let's keep it moving. I've prattled at you guys enough while doing nothing for a half hour, which I apologize. I'm just bad at that type of thing. Oh boy. Yeah, just strafe all the way this way. Okay, so I have the strat. I know what to do next time. I just need to make sure I don't lose sight of that the next time I'm here. All right. So now we can begin our steering into this properly. Oh, I definitely almost, I definitely almost, like, passed this dude and he was going to ambush me. Mr. Jason says the strat, good sir, is to mod Skyrim horse into the game and then leap over everything. Ah, yes, the quintessential and classic strategy of, you know, just jump. If you can't go through it and you can't go around it, then we get on the horse and we go right over it. Perfect. Did you guys like that? I did not mean to do this. Every time I hit someone with an axe like that, that is a run disqualifier. Thankfully, we're scouting, but this is going to be a long-term problem that I'm going to have to figure out what to do with. I'm going to have to figure out how to navigate that, because that's frustrating. But yeah, the going that segment was an attempt at the grandmother's house. It was a grandma's house or cabin in the woods reference. Deck nabbit. Yeah, come this way. Step into my office. And that is a Fallout New Vegas reference. I am a Rolodex of these things, by the way. Goody. Mr. Jason says, so yes, good sir. My last save in The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D, good sir, was less than a month before I moved to the Nintendo Switch. Good sir. Also, you typed good sir 3 times. Yeah, I was wondering why that was happening. But I mean, hey, I deal with echolalia. I am not a neurotypical, in case that wasn't already blatantly obvious. One aspect of my tism is of the neurospicy is the sometimes I'm not so I don't do it in public. I'm a little bit better put together than that, but I do deal with echolalia. I will sometimes, when I know the coast is clear, repeat something a few times until I've gotten it out of my system. That's called stimming, by the way. For the uninitiated, that is what auditory stimming is. It's It really is quite different. I'm fortunate that I don't really have to deal with the same visual or like kinetic stems that other autists like myself have to deal with. Yeah, I don't do the rocking back and forth motion when I'm stressed. Well, maybe I would have if I didn't have to mask, but that's a whole separate thing. Grunge Monkey says I'm diagnosed ASD myself. I believe that is... Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, I was one of the kids that had the old and new designations. I was an ASPE when the old designations were in place, but it's all ASD now. That's my understanding of it. Sorry, I'm trying to like do 2 things at once here. Man, I don't know. I just that a wave of old thoughts just went like rushed right into me as soon as I said that. Mr. Jason says, but yes, you must just be that much of a good sir. You know, I wouldn't think too much of it, good sir. It's just, it's the vocabulary that you use, and I'm appreciative of the label regardless. I am no knight, but I will definitely not complain at a good sir. I mean, at least you're not denigrating me and referring to me by some filthy title instead. Grunch Monkey says it's largely sensory things for me. I'm quite fine with communication. Yeah. I think I have what will be considered one of the milder collections of symptoms, or symptoms is the wrong word. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. It's mostly social stuff, and like the echolalia is like probably the only. I would say it's one of the only hallmarks people have that if they heard me do it, they would know right away that I'm an autist. But I'm very good at. I had to be very good at. Masking, compensation, and assimilation. I took a Radzar test recently, so I know what those words mean. While I haven't had to mask nearly as much as, say, other people, I have replaced that with assimilating it instead. Now, let's get them out of here. Mr. Jason says, I know that some people with autism are very sensitive to noises. Yeah, that's really common. Noises, textures, colors. It's almost like the thing that is caused by genetic mutations in nerves is responsible for the various aversions to texture, color, and smell, because nerves are associated with all those things. There are over 1,000 mutations that are responsible for autism, and most of them, like around 900 of them, are nerve mutations. I did my research after the whole Tylenol causes autism saga. Both the thing that RFK Jr. said about it, as well as the, unfortunately, many like wine moms and Karens deciding to stuff Tylenol down their gullet, like almost ODing on Tylenol, even while pregnant, just as a spite move. Which, sorry, I don't like my administration as much as the next person, but you shouldn't hurt yourself and your unborn child by ingesting Tylenol out of spite. That's gonna kill you. Sorry, I promise this is not. I'm not trying to make this political, even though we're not operating under that restriction today. I don't want to be divisive. That's all. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I'm thankfully not at that end of the spectrum, as I love blasting music through a soundbar. And while I can't mention the name of the band or the date, I can say that I'm going with a concert in the near future. Going to a concert in the near future with your dad, Mr. Coin. Awesome. I hope it's a wonderful concert. And the best part is that, based on the stuff you listen to, I imagine the concerts won't get too unruly. Mr. Jason says, my talking flower sitting in my bed just said, here I am. I think I got the mannerism for that correct. That's a noise I would prefer not to hear, good sir. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, there's a reason people make memes of Furbies. People are going to do the same thing with that talking flower, guaranteed, if it isn't already happening on the internet as we speak. There is no shot that... Oh, it's probably the rest of the encampment, which, speaking of, I need to pause the game and add that. Grunge Monkey says, I'm extremely agreeable even if someone says something I don't agree with. I'm kind of the same way. I don't like confrontation very much. I have gotten better. Like, You know, I will confront people if I feel I need to do that, but you know, I would rather solve something through not confronting someone if I don't have to, or if the confrontation doesn't get physical, I guess is what I should say. Don't worry about saying whatever when it comes to me. That was in response to the political statement. I hear ya. Yeah, it's largely just, you know, I commented on this is what people have said and have done. And, you know, I get that moms ingesting Tylenol could be an entirely fabricated mess. But there are some people that just earnestly just put the video of themselves out there doing that out of like 100 or 50 videos. They can't all be fake. I know we're in you know, AI world where deep fakes exist and people lie with relative ease, but it can't all be fake. So there are definitely some moms that did that, and I just can't condone that, even if I know the motivation why. I need to see the region name again. Outer Wall Northgate. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason or Mr. Coin understands and all, but prefers to be cautious anyway. Yeah. And that isn't like a direct rebuttal or anything. I'm just simply saying, I'm making my stance clear, is what I'm doing. I just, man, oh man, I just, there's enough hate in the world. I try not to be. I just don't want to peddle it. But I'm also not gonna run and hide from from events happening in our world either. It is the result of having a warrior spirit in a time where people can definitely be silenced for the things that they say, perhaps now more than ever. I'm of the mindset that if the government wants to see me, let them. As long as I'm not threatening anyone, and I'm not being too direct or too explicit. Cuffing me is, well, your foe taunts you to fight without the spectral steed. Look, I understand video game that you know, we're in an encampment, but this whole place can't be the encampment, okay? All right, video game, you gotta actually, like, you gotta show me where these guys are. Mr. Jason says, I'm just here to enjoy the content. Converse with the wonderful viewers. Yeah, let me, do a different thing here. Converse with the wonderful viewers. Blaze Mr. Coin occasionally. Tell wonderful jokes and puns, and use the tools that Mr. Coin has provided to me only in moderation. Too true, good sir. Too true. Grudge Monkey says, I don't think anyone would cuff me. Yeah. I mean, although I fit in a lot of different boxes for persecution, I'm thankful that I'm thankful for my position and all that. That is just not gonna work. I need to like use Rain of Fire here. Nice dodge on the spell. I can't tell if there are any others. I do remember this being quite a you know, quite the trek. All right, gonna come this way. Come this way then, good sir. Right this way. Oh, I must have been outside his range. Okay. Let's see, is there anyone else that's in here? Yeah, I trust in, you know, my ability to defend myself with my words. I know I'm not calling for anyone's death. Like a certain streamer whose name I have definitely mentioned multiple times on this channel before, and will not dignify him with his name today, among other things. You know, I'm not, you know, just willingly showing, you know, abuse erotica or other kinds of salacious materials. I make it really hard for people to find reasons to put me in cuffs. I make it really hard for people to do that. Oh, come on, Mr. Knight. Right this way. Step into my office. Actually, yeah, we probably want to be doing that. Mr. Jason says, I'm having my favorite meal tonight, good sir. Hunter's chicken. It's chicken with bacon, cheese, and barbecue sauce. That does sound pretty tasty. That would give me a gastric nightmare. But that sounds delicious. I'd eat it at least once. I hope you enjoy it, good sir. Oh, well, you said it's your favorite. I still hope you enjoy it regardless. Grunge Monkey said nobody should be wishing death on anyone for sure. The bell tolls for thee too. Exactly. We're in really divisive times. We're in really divisive times. You know, everyone's calling for death. Everyone seems to have forgotten what the price of war and greed is. There's a reason we call them the deadly sins, the 7 deadly sins. Promise this is not you know, religious. I'm merely stating an observation here. Nice. The free aiming with the angling is just, oh, chef's kisses. Mwah. Benissimo. Anyway, yeah, I try not to harbor hate. I have fallen to those emotions myself. I don't want to cast stones in a glass house, but we could be doing way better things besides wishing death on people. Life's too short, and we only get one life. Oh yeah, that trebuchet over there is still doing things. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in the near future as well, good sir. I'm going away on holiday with my family. Awesome. I hope that's fun for you. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do. There is a fun fair, but that is more for children. And then some shops, which you would think that Mr. Jason would enjoy, but Mr. Jason likes the pricey stores. Yes, you're a man of silks and feathers, Mr. Jason. I totally get that. Like a certain British chocolatier. I hear something. Okay. I think I hear the steps of a foot soldier is what's happening. And there's not even a single one of those where I'm going, I don't know. I would be of the mindset to at least look and see what they have. You don't have to buy anything. Just, you know, go there and look. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Mr. Jason. You have before, right? Grunge Monkey says, well, it's not something you have to believe in per se. Those sins are just things that if you follow them end badly for you. Yeah, I do believe, so I recognize, and, you know, I caution people against you know, the overabundance of human vices, but that's, you know, easier said than done, and everyone has to live their life on their own terms. No one else can do that. I hear something and I don't know what it is. Oh, it's definitely the guy up top. Okay. Would you like to come down here? Or are you gonna just wander around and hit crates all day up there? Grudge Monkey continues to say, I think anyone can recognize that, even if it's framed in terms of mental or physical health. Exactly. It's too much of a vice is definitely a bad thing. It goes from being a quirk of the person, like, oh, I really like X, and here's this like deeply motivating reason as to like why. And it moves more into something that will destroy you if you obsess over it. There we go. I thought there was only one. Turns out there were two of them. The hitless challenge, one day hitless challenge run will be, sorry, I spoke that completely wrong. The eventual hitless challenge is not doing well if I'm getting hit over stuff like that. All right, what do we have up here? The Erd Tree Great Bow. Ah, this is where that is. We also have the Northern Lookout Tower. Okay, so I guess first I need to probably write that down. Sorry about that. Mr. Jason says, I have looked, good sir. No certain British chocolatier there at all. Oh, that's not what I meant, but yeah, I would expect them not to be. You go on to say, but then I was told when people go to place, they go for a cheap holiday. Yeah, the whole point is it's supposed to be, you know, like fair, like common fare items. Mr. Jason says it's probably best that there are no certain British chocolatiers where I'm going. Mr. Coin in my plans, Mr. Jason only has 290 pounds for the entire weekend. And one of their products is 200 pounds. Yeah, probably for the best. Mr. Jason says, I know of a really difficult challenge, Mr. Coin. Oh, is it the Mr. Jason not buy anything at Hotel Chocolat, or is it a coin-related statement? Just curious. Oh no, please tell me that the sound, okay, nope, the soundboard works. Hold on. I knew I was forgetting something. My apologies, Mr. Shiny. Some channel rewards need to be re-enabled. No, I don't want to do that. Hold on. All right, and unpause. But it's good to see you, by the way, Mr. Shiny. I do hope you're doing well in both body and mind today, good sir. I hope you enjoy your stay, and I hope your weekend was a good one, good sir. I did not mean to do that. Is that... Nope, there are a couple more. This is what happens when I'm late and I'm discombobulated, you know, during the first hour of the stream. And the last one is right here. Okay. Yeah, no family-friendly soundboard today. Your check-in should be available, good sir. If Assuming I did this correctly.
6.
There we go. Excellent. Grunge Monkey says, I've been curious though, Coin, is this in this let me make sure I parse that sentence right. Coin. In this are about your bio description, Druid Christian. Yeah, so I am a non-Celtic Druid. That is probably the best way I would go to describe it. I'm not part of like a clade or anything, so I can't. Not clade, a grove. I'm not part of any official grove, so I cannot call myself an actual official druid or anything. But I know what I believe, and the philosophical parts of my mantra align more with nice druidry. That's what I get for not paying attention. I should have kept moving. I stopped right there, and it's no wonder I'm dead. Mr. Shiny says, how about the place one can exchange their old tech for less? Yes, the sex exchange, CEX. Mr. Jason says, the really difficult challenge is me spending the entire Mr. Coin stream without glazing Mr. Coin. I know, it's a challenge you've already failed today, good sir. But I don't think you were wanting to pass it in the first place. Mr. Shiny says, I was about to say this has to be the most family-friendly Elden Ring stream on the platform. Hey, look, that's what happens when you're late. I forget to turn on certain things. I am probably going to have to make a nice flow chart so I know which toggles to turn on and which ones to turn off. Which is kind of really just my bad. Yeah, okay, I think I've caught up here. Grunge Monkey asks, what got you into that? I actually assumed it was because you have Celtic heritage. So, I technically maybe have it. I am the great-grandson of a Scotswoman who came here during the Irish potato famine era. When I say here, I mean came into the U.S. I could not tell you when exactly that was. So I probably could, if I did the DNA testing, I probably actually could maybe even lay some claim to that, but I don't want to. As far as like the non-religious druidry, it's largely just, I adopted druidry at the time that I was studying to be a biologist. That's about when that particular spin of my outlook came into play, and I consider myself a humanitarian first and Christian second. So druidry was always kind of a natural choice for me. I also looked it up to be sure that druidry and Christianity in fact do not compete with each other, and they don't. Not the non-Celtic version. Now the Celtic version, yeah, you're serving two masters. That's never gonna work. But mostly it's just I have a huge deep respect for nature. I had it before I studied to be a biologist, of course, but when I started studying biology, I developed a deeper appreciation for it. Let's definitely not die. Okay, that's two of them. I think there's a third. Yeah, he's right there. All right, big guy. Yeah, I don't have Celtic heritage. I probably don't. I'd have to take a DNA test. Yeah, exactly. It's a philosophical outlook, Grunge Monkey. It's the Druidry is basically the non-religious version is be present in the moment, treat nature with respect, because it is the reason we're here as humans. Treat your fellow man the way you want you yourself would want to be treated. You know, don't be religious, don't be spiritual when you need to be present in the real world, and you know, treat your body with respect. It's kind of a holistic thing more than anything. Mr. Jason says, I honestly do not think I would finish that challenge, good sir. I respect and appreciate you way too much. I thank you for that, Mr. Jason. I do. Yeah, I don't think you would want that particular CR. Mr. Jason says, when you said Druid, Mr. Coin, you reminded Mr. Jason of the green wizards from Spyro the Dragon that raise platforms to where Spyro cannot reach them and then laugh at Spyro. Ah, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was certainly a challenge. Okay, I need to deal with these guys again, probably. Yeah, we got to deal with them again. And in terms of, you know, how that kind of like integrates in with my Christianity, because that, you know, Christianity kind of asks you to put no other gods, you know, before God himself, of course, that kind of thing. For those that I apologize for the religious bent this conversation is taking. It's just kind of where we ended up. If you read Genesis or like the chapters of the Bible makes it very clear that we're supposed to be stewards of the earth because, you know, the earth was made for us. Jesus even says, you know, hey, I go to heaven to build a kingdom for you, so it will be on earth as it is in heaven. You know, like humans don't really go to heaven. There's going to be a place on earth that is like heaven. So to me, and you know, we're getting into like the individual interpretations of religion and or scripture. That means we're supposed to take charge of the earth. You know, nature isn't just ours to use. We're supposed to respect it. We're supposed to not waste it. We're not supposed to defile and pollute the earth unnecessarily with toxic machines or take active steps to destroy it. Like we're not supposed to do that. We were literally tasked with being stewards of the earth, and that means taking care of everything God, you know, put there for us. Again, no matter. Even I could put this in a non-religious bent and say, or interpretation and say, you know, we only have one earth. We don't have anywhere else to go if we ruin it. So let's take care of it. Let's cherish it. You know, at least until, you know, space travel is a thing. Now, once colonization of other planets is a thing, then, you know, maybe that might go out of the window, and maybe the ship has already sailed on that. But the question was, or the explanation is more of how does Druidry fit in with Christianity, given that most people's interpretation of Druidry is, you know, you're a Celt. How does the non-Celtic version of that fit in? It is the it's the ideological underpinning of Druidry. Even Celtic Druidry, right? Still has the respect nature, you know, treat nature like you would treat yourself. Be present in the moment. Don't, you know, take care of your body. You only have one of it. You're changing who you're doing it for. Instead of, God or instead of yourself, you know, it's like the Tuatha De Danann, I think is the name for it. Or, you know, like Ternunos, or heck, even like the like Morrigan herself, you know, the triad. My sibling has dabbled in this a lot more than I have, and they're not a druid to my knowledge, so I'd have to ask them about it. They have taken a DNA test. They have laid claim to their Scottish heritage. They've even, to my knowledge, started studying Gaelic just to take that back, just to have it, which is totally fine. But to wrap this or put this back towards something a bit more secular, I do not lay claim to Druidic or Celtic heritage because A, I don't have any hard proof. I only have the fact that, you know, I only have my own heraldry. Whoops, yeah, let me not get distracted. I do have old family crests. My mom still has them. Like, I know the proof is there, but that's her proof. That, you know, that's my sibling's proof. That is not my proof. They took the DNA tests. I did not. Yeah, we have a bunch of family heirlooms, but to other like government officials or people that actually care about the credential, those could have just all been baubles bought at a local tourism hub. Like the baubles, the old coat of arms, none of that means anything. None of that is credentialed, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Grunge Monkey says, interesting. Did you grow up in a religious household? Not really. My mom was more of an agnostic than anything up until the latter part of her life. And then my dad was more or less a... So technically, when he was growing up, he and his folks attended the Church of God. Which is like its own denomination. But I would describe him as being generally Christian. More like just without having to over-explain it. So he was not the most religious person in the whole wide world. Even his dad before him wasn't that religious. So growing up, I was actually an atheist, and a nihilistic one at that for a while. Ow. I was a nihilistic one for a while. My stint with religion didn't actually start until high school, where I had to do what is called the senior project. If people are wondering why I'm retreading old ground, it's to get a death marker. And I promise I'll read the comments in just a second. I'm going to finish my train of thought. It was when I was 17, excuse me, and I was doing work on my senior project, which was a project for your literature class, your English class. It was 25% of your grade. You had to get up, do an entire presentation. and the project culminated on one night toward the end of the year in spring, where you would actually have to present your project in front of a panel of 6 judges, or a panel of 6 judges that come from the community, that come from, like, around the school, or people that are supposed to be present. These could be anything from future employers to scientists, or the panel that the school could get at the time. And my high school project was over the differences in different sects of Christianity, and my work into that is what opened me up to Christianity in the first place. I would still be a nihilistic atheist today if it weren't for that. I was a lot happier. My faith found me, I guess is what I should say. Okay, to tie that all up in a nice, neat bow, I didn't grow up in a religious household. I found religion on my own. I found it through self-discovery. And, working for a grade. Working for like 25% of your grade. Mr. Shiny says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I would love to share something I purchased that finally arrived." Go right ahead, Mr. Shiny. What did you purchase as of recently? No worries. I fat finger things on my phone or keyboard all the time, Mr. Shiny. And Mr. Jason has made lots of typos himself. So I don't think you have to worry that much about it. Mr. Jason says, "Before you went live, good sir, I was watching a Let's Play The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D. Okay, I need to be careful. I actually need to go back and not collect this yet, and instead get that other Balliste operator, or I'm going to die. Hold on one second and I can answer that question, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Shiny says, "Would the round table be a proper place to send a picture of that thing?" You could do it in the... It's probably fine if you put it in there. There is a picture gallery for that, which I will find it. Yeah, the all-knowing picture club. There, Mr. Jason has posted something as of almost 3 weeks ago. This is where I would prefer if pictures were posted, but if you want to post it in general chat, I don't really have a problem with that or anything. Just pointing out the place where we usually post pictures. That's all. Mr. Jason goes on to say, they were watching a Let's Play of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D, and the player is at the end, and the Skull Kid with Majora's Mask says, "Even if they were to come now, they wouldn't be able to handle me." I just sighed and thought, "Majora, you're a low-level villain compared to Super Mario Maker 2 troll-level creators. I suggest that you learn your place real quick." Yeah, that's classic Nintendo villain behavior, huh, Mr. Jason? Grunge Monkey says, "I will say, Coin, when I joined the server, I did find it quite overwhelming with how many channels there are. I wasn't sure where to post." I am glad you said that, Grunge Monkey, because I could definitely give you guys a brief tour. Maybe I need to make a video or something that will go over a lot better than a directory, but I could show you guys this. So I have here a directory, a server index. This is where, outside of like coming to collect your bonus rolls or reading the rules, If you guys want to find something real quick, let me also toggle the zoom here. I have a bunch of stuff. In general, there will be a channel called the Roundtable Hold General Chat. That's where we talk normally, among other things. If you're ever not sure where to say something, you can always put it in the Roundtable Hold General Chat. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. My apologies about that. Again, I already have the new shill recorded and everything. I just need to sit down and edit it, which I'm very thankful for how it turned out. My friends helped me out a lot with that. That was the 5-minute warning for commercial breaks, which we do take at the top of each and every hour. When that time comes, there will be a timer just to the left of my webcam, and it will read for 3 minutes and 0 seconds. That's not only how long the break is, but how many ads will be served up on Twitch. I highly recommend you guys take a stretch break. All of the commercial breaks that we take are, they're scheduled, they're on a timer, because I don't feel like you guys should have to be subjected to ads. They suck. They like super suck. So, I recommend taking a stretch break. That'll make the time go by faster. You don't even have to look at the ads, knock on wood, or anything like that. Because I'm going to be doing the same thing. I'm going to be doing the exact same thing. But I'm not the arbiter of anyone's time. Spend it however you like. Regardless of how you've chosen to spend your time, once those 3 minutes are up, I will be... I will have returned, the ads should have stopped, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Let me catch up on messages, because I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get to do a tour in time. Yeah, I can try to put up a better resource or something. But basically, the long story short is the general hangouts are where people go to post things. The voting on content is where you guys vote on poll items that we do, which we do have one running right now, as well as another long-standing poll item. The content section is for people to look at the resources I've put together and so on. Everything is categorized. But I probably need to... I will come up with something a little bit more useful for everyone coming into the server. Thank you for saying that, Grunge Monkey, all things considered. Yeah, I don't know if I want to give people a tour through the TCC, because they might see things they're not supposed to. But that's just me. That also might have still been directed at Grunge Monkey, if I'm reading that correctly, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, I've posted. It seems just in time for the ad break, more or less. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, good sir. Mr. Jason would love to have a preview of the new shill if you would send it to Mr. Jason in the DMs, good sir. I will. It's too big for Discord, so I'd have to give you a link to the dry file, good sir. I will send you something after stream. That's going to take more than a few minutes to do. Where do I go in your Discord to appreciate Mr. Coin? Mr. Coin, the round table hold general hangouts, probably the best place for it. Oh, nice earplugs, Mr. Shiny. I don't do earplugs, but these are some great. Yeah, Loop is fantastic. Fantastic for this. We could go back to the server index. But anything you want to know, you could probably find in the server index. See everyone after the break. My apologies, everybody. I am back. Let me just take a quick second and check my own Discord here, like just my own messages. Okay. Just had to make sure. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Thank you. I do not see anything on Kick or YouTube, so Crunch Monkey said there are quite a lot of text and video. Says there are quite a lot of text and voice channels. That's fair. It's obviously it's up to you and how you want it, but I think if a few were collapsed together or pruned, if unused, it would be a little less confusing. You're right. Absolutely. I've been thinking about that a while. No one really uses the quote unquote serious debate parlor, which would be the curated chambers of the all knowing. This is where people talk religion, philosophy, and stuff. No one does that on my server. So there are definitely a few things I could prune here. I'm willing to take suggestions, but otherwise, I'll have a look at it and see what I can prune. I do want to make sure I'm taking input and feedback on that. Thank you, Mr. Jason. But I'll try to make things a little bit less confusing. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, good sir, I was merely suggesting that just showing Grunge Monkey places in the TCC, like the main reception area, support tickets." Yeah, the TCC is like way more complicated than my server, but well, like I said, there's no way for me to really show that without revealing things I'm not supposed to. Mr. Jason says, "But yes, good sir, the TCC, the place where 90% of the normal things are, probably not allowed." No, that's not exactly true, Mr. Jason. We have a whole bunch of, we do have like the lounge area, places for photos, memes, gaming. We do have some channels for that. Nobody uses them, which is a whole separate can of worms, but that is different than you know, not having the place, so to speak. You just make sure I move a bit here. Grunge Monkey said, I would say having the main general chat having a long server themed name and being halfway down the list is the major confusing thing for me. That's fair. Yeah, I have often thought about the server theming and how themed it should actually be. Like, if it's themed to the point that it's confusing, then it's not really a theme, it's just confusion. So that's definitely something to think about. For where I just want to post a regular chat message, and maybe if it was more clearly the general chat and higher up. Okay, I will log that as feedback. Make it a nice piece of paper and write that down. Forgive me, I know I could take a photo of that, but I'll remember it more if I write it down. Okay, I think I got the essence of what you were saying, what was typed here. Let me not knock over every wire under the sun. Grunge Monkey says, I would prioritize the most active channels that people are most likely to use toward the top, but again, that's just me. So when they join and load in, it's like, boom, that's where I know where to go. Sure, yeah. I more or less got the distilled version of that, you know. Prune unnecessary channels, 1. 2, consider clarity of what the channel is for versus theming. And number 3, move frequently used channels up into the top, which is that second paragraph you just typed right there, is put all of the put all the stuff into a hub and put it at the top, which I will definitely, that's a lot of actually really useful feedback. So thank you for that, Grunge Monkey. I appreciate that. I can't promise action on that soon, but it is in my backlog of things to do. I'll probably try to work on it at least a little bit after the stream or something. Mr. Jason says in that other stream, Mr. Coin, we're discussing Pokemon cards. Nice. Did the you know, shootings and scalpings come up by any chance? Mr. Jason says, so I was obliged to ask, but do you have the ultimate Pokemon card? Pidgey? Yes, everyone's favorite ultimate card, Pidgey. Everyone loves Pidgey. I've been, in my spare time, I have been playing a Pokemon fan game called Pokemon Soulstones 2, or Time Wardens. That's been fun. Oh right, that is not real coin. That person is already dead. Yeah, I will work on the categorization stuff today. Grunge Monkey says I've ran decently active servers over the years, and I think I ended up getting a pretty good formula or template for how to best lay them out. So I'm talking from experience as to what's worked for you. Yeah, absolutely. I could instantaneously tell from the first paragraph, you know, that you've done that before. Yeah, I totally get that. It's stuff I've been thinking about for a while now, and just, you know, it's competing with theming, and it sounds like I need to ask myself whether or not the theming is even worth it in the way that I'm doing it now. That's ultimately like a big question I should be asking myself. Mr. Jason says, I'm just thinking out loud, Mr. Coin. I wonder if Grunge Monkey would like to be on my board if they have that experience. That is a conversation I will let you have with, you know, Grunge Monkey themselves and or other people. You are the executive chair after all, Mr. Jason. Okay. Now that that guy is dead, is there another one down here? No. So I believe we can go grab our death mark now. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll be part of the conversation because that is my role, but I just wanted to make that clear that I believe you're supposed to initiate the board recruiting proceedings. I knew I would find another Balliste operator. Good. And then we can actually try to start moving toward Lanceax, because it's been entirely too long. Grunge Monkey says sometimes these things have to develop organically, like in regard to theming, you might end up having to make some sacrifices at first, as I can no doubt foresee happening right now. And then over time, as people's suggestions come up, you can micro adjust and add things as they come up. Yep. Nice. Love that for me. Look, getting bopped. Yeah. You know, believe it or not, Grunge Monkey, you're actually one of the first people to offer feedback on that, on the Discord at all. At least in terms of like actual channel structure. I do have like streamer overhead things like the status updates or yeah, like the various status updates. that were suggested by Mr. Rasby. So you're not the only person to have suggested anything for the Discord overall. Just you're the first for channel structure. If you don't ever get real feedback, or you don't get feedback hardly, it's hard to know where to make adjustments. That sort of thing. Mr. Jason says, I can do, good sir, since we're aware that the executive chair is not quite the best at the intrinsic details. I will defer that to the president. Sure. Grudge Monkey says, I think a lot of people are worried that they will come across as rude or entitled. I totally get that. I always try to say, people are more than welcome to leave me feedback. If, just don't be rude. And that's to say, don't denigrate, don't call names, like just basic stuff. I don't really say that, but I try to leave off that impression. Just, people are polite, or at least as long as they're not abrasive about it, feedback is entirely welcomed. My whole job as part of being a content creator, is to make sure that people do feel like they can be welcomed enough to give feedback. And all of those suggestions will really help with that in the long run. Oh, I guess I still haven't gotten the chest for this, have I? Do I have to do it again? Let's see. Okay, no, that's got the correct glow on it. Let's quickly clear out the chat, and then we can get moving. Mr. Jason says, once you get past the small formalities in the TCC, we have a working structure. Yeah, I'd like to think so. It's really expansive, but yeah. Grunge Monkey says, it's why I say a lot like, don't worry about that with me, because people will worry about being rude when they don't mean to be, or worry to talk about certain things, and I think it could save a lot of time if I just tell them I won't take offense. Yep. I would rather people be honest with me. And if I'm really bothered by something, I will say it. No one will have to worry about whether or not they've found the bristles. I try to behave more like a puffer fish. I'm cute. I think Mr. Jason is having a separate conversation with you, Grunge Monkey, is what that is. That is not in regard to my server. That is in regard to a different server for which I am the president of, but I'm not the owner of. Mr. Jason, you have the floor for explaining things. Good sir, so that there's no confusion, because I currently feel as though we are creating some confusion by talking about two separate things. Nice. Okay, so that's completed. That's completed. So I believe next you did defer to my president from earlier. Yeah, damn it. Did not want to drink a flask there. Okay, so what Mr. Jason is talking about is the TCC. That is the Troll Castle Challenge. That is his server. He is looking for some people to fill board positions for his Discord server. Or I should say our Discord server. We have been looking for new board members for a while, is what I will probably say. Grunge Monkey says, oh, I do try to be in as few servers as I can these days. I don't blame you. Not only because of geopolitical stuff with Discord as a company or other things, but it's hard to devote a lot of energy to Discord servers. I totally get that. For reference, I'm in 3, including, coins, because I'm not active on Discord much. That's understandable. Yeah, I guess I'm hoping that at least cleared up the confusion. The conversation you and I were having, Grunge Monkey, about necessary changes to the Discord server were for my server, the one I own, and the stuff that Mr. Jason is talking about and that I had to explain just now is for his server. The Troll Castle Challenge. That is why there was some confusion. There were 2 different subjects going on. I hope that has cleared up some confusion now. Yeah, I mean, you're correct, Mr. Jason. They probably would be. I mean, heck, that simple little exchange about my own server is, well, is proof enough as far as I'm concerned. But Mr. Jason says, basically my organization is an entire network that even encompasses Mr. Coin's server and channel. Yeah, more or, well, it's complicated. But yes, I from an identity standpoint, that is correct. Infrastructure does not quite reflect this, but Mr. Jason is correct. The TCC does do that. Let's put the torch to some of these guys, eh? Mr. Jason, Grunge Monkey has already indicated that they do not really want to be part of other Discord servers or too many Discord servers. I kind of took their earlier sentence to be a kind of a firm no. They appreciate the offer, but they do not want to participate. Do I have that right? Yeah, my impression of their earlier statements is that that was supposed to be a no. Nice. 2 rune pieces right here. Easy rune pieces. Yeah, I thought I had the right interpretation. Grunge Monkey says, yeah, I mean, look, maybe in the future, and I'm not so busy IRL, but right now it's like I wouldn't even have time to help much. Yep, I thought that was the impression I got from that sentence. Thank you for the clarity on that one, Grunge Monkey. But Mr. Jason, we can at least say that we gave it a shot, right? We asked, and the answer was no. Oh right, yeah. This was just kind of a wraparound. Speaking of members, Mr. Coin, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Executive Chair. What about them? Sorry, I'm keeping my ears open because I'm expecting something here, or I'm expecting an ambush here. But I might be thinking of a different set of ruins. Maybe is what that is. Yeah, in fact, that's exactly. It's not this. It's over here on the opposite side. There's actually a quest over in this, over in that general direction. That we'll get a chance to complete. I did not mean to do that. That is a waste of FP. Nice. Can I get doubles today? Not really. But hey, if they're gonna let me just continually snipe them, then, you know, that's cool. I guess since we're on our way to a real boss segment, let me check and make sure the focus overlay is working. It is, but it is off center. Okay, so I'll fix that. Mr. Jason says, do you remember said person where they had a complaint and decided to part ways? I do. They went live earlier today, and I basically put the statement out on, you are on the special reinvite anytime list. It is so special, Mr. Coin, that said person is the only person on it, as I have to personally sign off on people on said list. Of course. Makes sense. Therefore, you know, friends. And so if you ever did want to rejoin, you have that ability. Oh yeah? Did anything come of that? Or did it just kind of go in one ear and out the other? Not that I recall very well. Oh, hey, you know, not remembering how it went, or, you know, having nothing happen is worse than being berated or having some kind of hostile exchange or anything like that. That indifference isn't an improvement. It would be a marked improvement. At least as far as TCC or TCC adjacent matters are concerned anyway. I guess while we're talking like Discord stuff, right? I do want to make sure I'm going to use Grunge Monkey's statement as an excuse to say, if anyone else has feedback, you know, you're more than welcome to always give me feedback. And I'll do my best to at least look at it. I can't promise like incorporation of every single piece of feedback ever spoken or ever typed to me, but I will at least look at it. And if the change is coming from a good place, or, you know, like in Grunge Monkey's case, you know, it's coming from experience, then I'll probably implement it. All things considered. Mr. Jason says, said person did say one thing though. I don't want people to feel like they can't ever provide feedback. Like at all. I want people to always be willing to say their thought. I care more if people are honest than if they're polite. So if that's a concern, don't worry about that. You know, if there's confrontation, there's confrontation. Not much to do about it. Mr. Jason says that they appreciate what the TCC has done, because they told me that if it wasn't for the TCC, they would likely not be streaming now. Understandable. I mean, hey, at least something came of the relationship, right? Okay, cool. There is a rest site, so I didn't even have to be worried about that for nothing. My apologies. Grunge Monkey says, by the way, Coin, you can just call me Grunge. or most of my friends online call me Noki. Whatever you want. Grunge Monkey is my Xbox Live gamer tag from when I was like 14. I think Ballshack would troll you about it if you called me Noki, though. He likes to get people to call me Grunge Monkey because of its legacy status. That's fair. Okay, Grunge. I can call you that. It will take me some time to incorporate that. I am a very formal person. If it was probably apparent already just from the way I spoke, I'm sure that's probably a detail you remember as well, but I am a very formal individual. I often don't even like to use nicknames until I get confirmation that, yes, I can say it. Yes, I can use the nickname. So thank you for the permission for that. It will take me some time, but I will incorporate it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I would like to be called the Mr. Jason, the appreciator of Mr. Coin. No, don't honk your horn. I was about to say, did you little noble? Did you really want to step into that rain of fire? I mean, they are hollowed out and have lost their minds, but Grunge says with online monikers, I tend to shorten it, like calling you Coin. That's just the habit I've always had. That's fair. I used to do that. I still do it when I get the permission to do that. But I have seen discourse online where it's like some people don't like their moniker shortened. They worked really hard on it. Or it's supposed to be like a unique joke reference or something. I may be paying too much attention to online discourse with that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that as a content creator and entertainer, I try to do my research on discourse about these things online, and if there's even a hint, there might be more than like a few people that have the opinion of, oh hey, yeah, this is this thing is really contentious for whatever reason. I try to bear that in mind. Mr. Jason says, with my name, the important word is the fourth one. The first and second word are just a brand. Well, so then what's if you don't mind my asking, Mr. Jason, how about that third word? Probably won't need that. Trying to think about what one would be best, but I think I know which summon I'm using. Okay. Yep. Got it figured out. Let's put on the correct gear for our boss encounter. Mr. Jason says, king, well put simply, good sir. Castles have kings or queens. It's just a connective. Okay, so it's just a descriptor. I was just curious how much emphasis I needed to put on that third word. That's all. Grunge Monkey says, well, look, you are a very polite person to be getting annoyed about someone shortening your username is kind of silly. Yeah, I'm not annoyed. It's a natural habit to do online. I used to be a World of Warcraft raider. We shortened our names all the time. People called me nicknames all the time. I get it. I'm not wanting to come across as rude. So if people do find it contentious, I try to mind it at least a little. And because of how long I've been minding that sort of discourse online, I am a lot better at, I guess I should say, it has caused me to be a more formal person as a result. Mr. Jason says, and anyway, we have a finally established name for me anyway, good sir. Mr. Jason, too true. Too true. Yeah. Grunge Monkey, sorry. French says, I also use a different username on every website I use at this point. Fair enough. So it isn't really a thing I think about. Yeah, fair enough. I tried to keep my name. So at first I had two usernames. I had Cold Embrace, and I had Coin Stamp. Cold Embrace was my old, like, Congregate Steam moniker. Don't think too hard about that. And I've already mentioned the history of Coin Stamp. It was my World of Warcraft account username, for those that need a quick synopsis. And then when I made my YouTube channel, I'm in like the mid 2000s. Yeah, my YouTube channel's old. I originally could not use Coin Stamp, or even like my Twitch handle at the time. So I had to think of another name. So I came up with Swirling Vortex 09, and I used that a while. And then eventually, I got tired of shilling for two channels with two different names, and I sincerely looked at the process of trying to like merge the identities, and within a couple of years, the name Coin Stamp cleared up on YouTube. I was able to take it, and probably ever since I was able to merge these different online identities, I've tried to keep them the same. So I don't have 4 or 5 different channel names. It's kind of luck that I'm not still called Swirling Vortex 09, for the record. Mr. Jason says I have another name as well, but I can't use mine on YouTube because it is in use by the wonderful good sir who is one of your YouTube moderators. Yes, Mr. Jason. I am keenly aware. I'm sure if they ever decided to chat with you about that name, you would be able to take it back someday. Now, we've gone 90 minutes without a actual real bona fide boss fight. Let me fix the focus overlay real quick while I do that. Whoops. So this overlay that appears in front of my camera, and just get that more or less correct. I put this up whenever I have to fight a boss or do something difficult in Elden Ring that requires absolutely 90 to 99% of my attention span. If for those listening and are just lurking, perhaps, if people decide to chime in and talk in our first-time chatters or something, I say hi. If people are saying hi or bye, I do try to adjust to that. But nice. I'm gonna die in the middle of the explanation. I get punished for doing this. Can we stop throwing pots of flame at me? You know what? No, this is not worth it. Let's just find the campsite, rest site, and do it over. Let's just do it over. That's gonna go over a lot better. If I can even find it. I'm running into places I do not know anything about. I don't know what to do about this. Okay, let's go back here. And I'll finish the explanation. So when there's this red overlay element in front of my webcam, that is what that essentially means is I'm locked in. I'm not really available for chatting. I will say hi or bye or welcome in raiders, but or other people, but otherwise, I am generally focused on Elden Ring. It is a demanding game. Even if I weren't playing it modded, it's quite a demanding game. Also, let me do that. Oh, actually, now that I'm looking at it, that happened during the North Gate segment, so let me do that. Okay, there we go. There's the correct segment. All right, I will toggle this on again when we are actually ready, but for now, I'm going to deal with the... Yeah, it's these two. This is what I was ambushed by. Let me see if I can't get the jump on them. Nice. I did not mean to dot. Okay, that was really close. I'm gonna try not to use flasks I don't need to use here. Okay, so I believe here, this area is where Lanceax is. So I am going to need to drink here while I put up the webcam. If you guys have not seen an Ancient Dragon before, you guys are going to have lots of fun watching it. We're fighting Lanceax for real. She's beautiful, deadly, terrifying, and requires, well... she's a spectacle to behold. She has these wonderful lightning glaives that she can conjure up anytime she wants. It's impressive. A dragon that uses ethereal energy type weapons is certainly a sight. But with that explanation out of the way, I think it is about time I lock the heck in, and I will see you guys on the other side of this fight. Oh, I'm alone now. Okay. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Well, unfortunately, I don't get to make those runes. I should have thought about that. Lance Axis, not really that hard. It's just it's more over the. It's not that she's hard; it's that she hits hard. Mr. Jason says I've washed those dishes earlier so that I have more Mr. Coin time. Nice, thank you. Though you did not have to do that. Could have washed them at the normal time as always. Since we have a minute or two, I might as well unlock the overlay and go from there. Oh man, I'm thankful for the company today. If I hadn't said that before, I will certainly say it now. I am deeply appreciative of the company that people have spent with me today. You never quite know what's going to happen when you're late, so to speak, or when, you know, you oversleep. I will not make that mistake again, at least willy-nilly. Unfortunately, our conversation's been cut quite short, though. I will respond to that when I'm not in the midst of a fight. Oh, Lanceax literally had. Yep. And if, you know, as if Lanceax weren't bad enough, it's the Rams. I see what's happening. That is a very limited area that I have to fight in. Nope, too early. What? I mean, we can't use the spell we were given, but it's certainly a nice fight. There's a deadlier version that we find later. Okay. Let's see. But she wasn't that hard. We can move on. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you know that the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D Skull Kid figure has fakes on the market? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that they're fakes, but I did know that that had some fakes, yes. There are going to be probably a lot more merchandising fakes these days, especially with the rise of 3D printing and stuff. Grunge says, don't worry about it, Coin. If someone got mad at you for being late to a stream, it would be offense taken, not given. You can't know what people will get petulant over. Yup. It's one of those, I'm definitely aware of the counter argument. Does that change me being worried about it? But you're definitely right. You're definitely right. Sorry, I had to stretch there. Moving right along. Thank you for that statement, Grunge. Much appreciated. I've watched a lot of my cautions come from the place of, how do I word this? A lot of my acknowledgments of the various mistakes that I make are in large part me being hyper vigilant about my own behavior. Number one. And number two, I have watched the discourse online. Oh, Kernifer, you are evil. Evil. Now I can't even use it on horseback? You can't be serious. And it's 7 seconds long. That is gross. Yeah, why even give us this? I get why there's a dismissal, but like, come on. Just because I like Elden Ring Reforged does not mean I like everything about Elden Ring Reforged. There are some things I dislike. That change to how the spirit severing blade works is one of them. Now I should say, in fairness, you don't even get the mechanic in vanilla. So like, you know, humdrum, I'm grateful I even have it, but like, come on. That's nuts. That's nuts. Mr. Jason says, to my knowledge, I don't think anyone got mad about Mr. Coin being late. I'm thankful for that too. I'm thankful for that too. Mr. Jason says, if Mr. Coin is late, I get disappointed. Yes, but that is only because it's less time to appreciate Mr. Coin. I am thankful for the wonderful audience I have and am continuing to cultivate over the years. I truly appreciate that. I guess I'm an individual who's always had or has always had to deal with, it's the tism talking. My quirk is that I'm hyper vigilant about my own behavior. And it's been a quirk for some time, basically since I was a small child. I was always vigilant about my own actions. Like, self-awareness was something that was generally drilled into me from a young age, and because of that, I try to preempt. I'm trying to explain the subconscious load here. I often try to preempt the displeasure some people might take from that, and this conversation by itself is like proof enough of that, right? I am very guilty of needing the 50 Twitter disclaimers before I talk.
I'm very used to that. Mr. Jason says, as I've said countless times, good sir, my life is generally pretty good. So I like surrounding myself with people like Mr. Coin and building him up. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. It has worked, for the record. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Okay, and we can probably put back on. Actually, there's kind of little point in that, but we did get Flask, which is good. I need it. That was the warning for the that was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do take those at the top of each and every hour. In about 4-ish minutes, there will be a timer that appears just to the left of my webcam, and that timer states not only how long the break is, but how many ads are served up, how many minutes worth of ads are served up. I wish I didn't have to do that, but pre-roll. Insert disclaimer about Twitch not being the best company ever here. And move right along. So I recommend everyone taking a stretch break during the ads so that you don't have to look at them, because I don't want to look at them. I'm going to be doing the same thing, getting up, stretching, and doing other stuff. Spend the time however you like, because once that timer ticks all the way down, the ads should have stopped. I will have returned from my stretch break, and we will be able to pick up right where we left off. Now, to catch back up on chat here, Grunge says, Coin, I will just say that most of the people online are encouraged by the medium of the internet to be unreasonable, antisocial. Too true. Can I get the the Aristotle Award serviced to you? Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I'm molded by unreasonable people. If you go to the wrong place on X or whatever, you think most of the population were looking to kill someone. Yeah. And that's very hard to deal with when you have ASD and already struggle with how you are perceived, knowing what the correct thing to do in social situations is. Yep. That's the fear right there. That's the fear. I'm in the catch-22 territory. I know that to be the truth, yet I can't help but adapt to it anyway. I can't help but act that way anyway. That sort of thing. Mr. Jason says, not to sound like a jerk, but I'm selective on who I choose to invest time in. I mean, we all have to be choosy about who we invest our time in, right? If I had infinite time, I would watch every streamer on the planet and every content creator on the planet, because that helps them. But I don't have infinite time or infinite bandwidth, and I don't have infinite internet. So I have to pick. And so I tend to be on YouTube more than any other place. Truly. I probably should be on Twitch more, however. We all have to be picky. Mr. Jason says, the one thing that surprises me is that there was this one day last year, I believe, where the Amazon Web Services, AWS, was down and Twitch was working the best that it has worked ever. Secretly the internet is a really regressive place comment. Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised that was the case. Oh, Twitch, please go back to being Justin.tv. It was so much better when it was Justin.tv. Truly. Mr. Jason says, I'm just going to kill Mr. Coin with kindness. I appreciate that. Good sir. And I appreciate everyone's statements on the matter. Maybe I should take the statements as a sign to... How do I word this? And there's a Spirit Spring Hawk in there, so I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let the break happen and then deal with the Spirit Spring Hawk. I'm gonna try to take that as a sign to be more assertive than I already am, and try not to use the Twitter disclaimers that much. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I trust everyone had a wonderful 3 minutes or so after doing the things they want to do during the commercial break. It's probably not ads. Ick. Yucky. I want there to be less of them, but services can't be free if there aren't ads. So, kind of a poison pill, unfortunately. Thank you for that, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to you as well. Grunge says, back in the day, the internet had a kind of hostility too, but it was very separated between geeks who bonded over their topics they liked in common. A lot of them had ASD. Yep. A lot of us are autists. Not all of us, but a lot of us. And we're hostile in more of a defensive way because they didn't want to let people into their circles who would disrupt their hobby. Yep. And then there were people who only used Facebook and didn't use the internet for anything else. Yep. That sounds about right. Grunge goes on to say, nowadays, though, good lord, I can't talk. It's all mixed together, and a lot of websites are just the most toxic battle mentality of actually wishing people you've never met horrible things. Yep, that's absolutely correct. Humans are not meant to be connected. I'm not saying globalism is bad. I want to be very clear where my argument is. It is not that globalism is bad. It's that constant streams of information from every country around the globe, every person on planet Earth, all the time is not good. When you take that into conjunction with the fact that humans are meant to be locally social creatures, i.e., we're supposed to have like relatively common interests among the people that are nearby. What the internet has more or less done is disrupted that in its entirety, and people in fact don't share common interests with each other locally anymore. You have to find that online. Human society has been completely unraveled not because of the internet, but because of social media, the simulation of connection instead of the real thing is poison to the mind. As sad as that is to say. Grunge goes on to say, so I understand when you are an agreeable person who wants to get along with everyone. I certainly try. Feeling like they're constantly being watched and monitored for reasons to get angry at me. Yep. That's exactly correct. I even deal with that in real life sometimes, between people who are estranged or don't talk to each other. I was often a go-between for people that hated each other's guts. I pride myself on being a communal shapeshifter / middleman. It's a skill set that I've cultivated over the years, and a lot more of my being formal / being agreeable probably really stems from that. I need to relay messages back and forth to people, so I can't have them pissed at me for something I chose to say or do. Among other things that I could spend an hour recounting. I could spend so much time on this one topic, it's not funny. Mr. Jason says, I was in another stream and someone who makes resin art? Nice! That's awesome. Was discussing it, and so I had to say, I like that kind of art. It really resonates with me. That's funny. I needed that. I'm sure maybe we all even needed that. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason goes on to say, but yes, Mr. Coin, I don't have Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and people couldn't pay me enough to install TikTok. I don't have TikTok. I'm not touching anything where you record yourself that came out of China. Never mind the fact that we own it now, and so we have the tech that they used to have. Yikes! Thanks for checking in. This timeline's a piece of garbage. insert that meme here. Mr. Jason says they replied, laughing so hard right now. You know, you're quite the knee slapper, Mr. Jason. You're quite the knee slapper. If there's anything I think you have the skill for, it is the gift. It is the gift of gab. I think if you wanted to, Mr. Jason, you could be a comedian. You could actually be a comedian. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I bet you could make a career out of that if you really wanted to. And it's like something social at the same time. Grunge says, I only have media logging sites, Letterboxd, rate your music, etc. Nothing focused on sending your thoughts out into the void and getting angry like X. Yeah, I wish I could say that. I'm bad about social media use. I've gotten progressively worse because I realize what kind of a hellhole it is, and so I don't want to do it. But as a content creator, if I don't do it, you know, how else do I get seen? Although with X or other places like that anyway, you're not getting seen unless you pay. So I don't know. The one social media that I use a lot, and I probably do scream into the void in, is Reddit. Because Reddit didn't start that way. It wasn't always the social media it is today. Grunge Monkey, or I'm sorry, Grunge says, well, what kind of people do you want to be seen by is an important question. Prospective viewers, a new audience. It's part of cultivating an audience. You want to sell yourself, right? And if you don't put yourself out there, you never sell yourself to start with. Because even though I'm attempting to do Godot things now, and I was in college before that, I was always side hustling with Twitch and then YouTube and then both. So I do want to advertise myself. So when I don't do that, it's self-defeating. If that answers the question. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, I have 9 boxes of drinking chocolate in my room. Nice, nice. You do have a question, good sir. Go right ahead, Mr. Jason. What is the question? And while that is going on, of course, I need to put in a split name. Mr. Jason says, how are you going to sell yourself when you're already priceless? You know what? That may not have been a joke, but I'm going to take it as one. You can't sell what doesn't have a price, folks. That's true. And I should say, you know, life itself is sacred. Life itself is priceless. I want you guys to know, and this is just not even just for the active audience, but for anyone that's listening, you're enough. You're worth it. You know, life might be hard and it really, really sucks, but you existing, being here, or even not being here, if someone finds the VOD later, I hope you hear this, and I want you to know that you're enough. You have people that love you. You have people that care. Yeah, the internet is a sullen pit of hate, but there are also good people on it. And there are people in your real life that I'm sure love you too, and want to see you succeed and do well. Hello. Why is that blinking in and out? And why was that noise there the way it was? I need to find out what that is. We can't deal with the Spirit Spring Hawk yet. Okay. Elden Ring doing weird things. Mr. Jason says, I hate when people compliment you just to get something. It's part of the, you know, it's part of the game. You're gonna have people that use that. There's nothing you can do about that other than recognize when they're doing it, and you know, don't let them, or you know, adjust the relationship to account for that new level of understanding. Mr. Jason goes on to say, but with me, good sir, I am genuine. I'm glad you're genuine, good sir. For I already have everything that I want, so there's nothing that I desire. Have I ever experienced that? Are you talking about people complimenting me to get something? Not really, because I was never in a position where I looked like I had something to give. But I have watched it happen to other people. Grunge Monkey says, or I'm sorry, Grunge asks, are you locked in on doing this Elden Ring routing most of the week for future streams? Yeah, because the active audience voted on this, so I'm gonna do it. Grunge goes on to say, I was thinking about you wanting to find new people, and I think variety in games is a big thing. So there's actually a lot of counterintuitiveness in that. See, what people really want is to watch the same thing. People treat the internet like they treat their television. All of the internet heuristics show that people like watching the same thing. People cultivate their interest and tune them towards specific things. Now, there are people that are here for the streamer, that are there for the person doing the gaming or whatever. And I'm thankful that for the most part, that is the sort of audience I currently have. I'm very appreciative to you guys for this explicit reason. But I've done my research, and I continue to do research periodically on this, and all of the algorithm, all of the traffic on Twitch, just on Twitch, never mind anywhere else, suggests that people treat the internet like it's cable, because that's what it's become, for better and worse. So variety streaming is kind of seen as the everyone does it, and because everyone does it, it's not special. People need to do something consistent, and then only after they're known for that consistent content can they then branch out and become special. The content creator called Raren is a good example of this, where he's a Hearthstone streamer, was a Hearthstone streamer for a while, and it was only within the last couple of years that he started branching out into other trading card games like Magic the Gathering, or started collabing with other creators, getting a bigger audience, blah, blah, blah. A really long conversation here. Insert that here. I do agree with you. I would like to, do variety more often, maybe slightly. Friday is kind of a test to find some balance in what I want to do versus what people have voted on and what people want me to do. And what does the algorithm say about what I should and shouldn't be doing? It's finding the balance in all of that. To put that succinctly, Mr. Jason says, like me, I'm here for that dapper gentleman in the top right corner. Thank you, good sir. The internet is cable, but with even more advertisements. Thanks for checking in. I really hate this timeline, is what I got to say. Grunge says, well, you do what you enjoy. I think what people watch for, game or otherwise, is someone enjoying themselves. I am enjoying myself, even though it doesn't sound like it. I do need to focus real quick. But yeah, I do enjoy myself, even if sometimes Elden Ring is frustrating. Oh, there were two people here. Hello. I gotta focus. Oh boy. That spell is so... This spell is hot. Uh-oh, okay. Sorry, I keep finding more reasons to absolutely just love Rain of Fire. There we go. I'm surprised I was able to do that without dying. At least in terms of like chit-chatting about something and that anyway. I usually have to clam up for that. Yeah, Rain of Fire is goated, and I will not tolerate Rain of Fire slander anywhere, especially the Reforged version. Absolutely amazing. Anyway, yeah, that is 100% correct. It's the common thing I hear people say all the time. The counterbalance to that statement is sometimes the algorithm doesn't reflect that sentiment. The algorithm, people sometimes say one thing and inadvertently do something else. You know, for a variety of different reasons. That's not like a judgment or an attack on anyone. It's just, I'm guilty of it myself. I know from personal experience. You know, I'll be really supportive and say, you know, do whatever you think the algorithm will reward, or do whatever you want to do, one or the other. I'm here for either, and I tried my best to, you know, put my weight behind such a statement. I try my best to live that stated value, but I don't always do that. I'm not perfect. And when I realize it, it kind of stinks. Okay, cool. This wasn't lightning. This was a scare or a codex entry was missing, so I'm glad to have it. Come on, Ram. Did you feel like attacking me again? No? Good. Thank you guys for all the support, both to Mr. Jason and Grunge. I really appreciate it. I'm glad we're talking about all this for what that's worth. Mr. Jason says that attack really rains on the enemy's parade. It sure does. Oh, we did do that split, so I wanted to make sure I logged that accordingly. Now, are we gonna find a legendary weapon? 0.7% chance rolled against like 5 different loot drops. Let's go. Sadness. It's fine. If we don't get something of that nature, we didn't get it. Reforged recently included a mechanic. That's like, hey, you know these like mausoleums that are nearby? What if we had a % chance to replace the hard runes we were getting with a legendary weapon with an enkindled Ash of War on it with 3-star quality on it right away. Because that is one of the things to come out of the major patches is now there's actually a reason to check out the coffin mausoleums or like graveyards. Mr. Jason says, I would make more jokes on that attack, but I'm concerned that Aelin might appear and then I have to rein it in a bit. Hard. That joke really was quite a wet one. One would almost think you were me with a joke like that, but it's still good. You have the so you have the gift of gab to pull that off, Mr. Jason. If I said that, I would need to immediately preface it with
Sure, Jan.
that. Grunge says, yeah, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like I'm idealistic either. I do think it's funny, though, when people talk about the algorithm. It reminds me of the people talking about the market, you know. It will reward this, and you can feed it or follow it. Yeah, the anthropomorphizing like some nebulous thing, right? Yeah, we all do that. Follow it if you don't want it to punish you. I know these are metaphors, but I kind of think there's a... I think there's a kind of folk magic to just saying, I'm just going to maximize goodness and happiness. Yep. We anthropomorphize things because it's a human characteristic. We all do it. I try not to, and even then, you know, it's just a natural part of... I don't want to say every language. I don't think I'm that high and mighty, or that English is like the only language that does this. I think it's human to anthropomorphize things. To anthropomorphize things in language. And I know at least in English, we've been doing it as long as English has been alive. From the epics of old to today's, like, again, modern statements about the market, as Grunge has correctly pointed out. I actually do kind of agree with that sentiment. I do think there's a folk magic in that. Grunge goes on to say it's impossible not to. You can work with it, though. Yeah, exactly. Metaphor is the basis of language. Yup, that right there. Truism for sure. And you just have to get better ones. Exactly. Exactly. Metaphors, similes, allegories, or other kinds of comparative statements are the rich tapestry off of which we weave the prowess of our languages, no matter which ones they are. I feel like my sound's kind of weird. 1 second. Okay. I do actually need to replace this headset, but... Mr. Jason says, I'm sitting here thinking, I wish philosophical speaking was my forte. Well, we're all kind of doing it now, right? At least I think we're all kind of engaging in that right now. We all talk about the things that affect us. I can actually just buy all this out. Okay. I believe we've bought everything but Fatal Night, and then, yeah, we're good. We don't have to deal with upgrades for it. Mr. Jason says I'm not. I'm just sitting here thinking, what's everyone going on about? Fair. Fair. Mr. Jason says, I'm good at jokes and puns. But what about the nature of jokes and puns, good sir? Is that not at least also a philosophical conversation in and of itself? Ooh, I needed that. Drink of beverage there. Grunge says, I think because we don't care about poetry much now, metaphor actually has a deeper hold on us. It's more unconscious. In the past, when people engaged in poetry regularly, there was more self-awareness. Bring back literature. And not the saucy kind that's on Book Talk. That is all I will say. I will not elaborate further on that. Mr. Jason says, not that I know of, good sir. You do it on you probably do it on an like a subconscious level, good sir. Don't worry about it. Let me put it this way. And this is like tying the conversation back in a more general direction. I am a very deep introspective person. I am also a metacognitive person. I almost always engage in the act of thinking about why there is discourse on certain things, why we say what we say and how we say it. I'm very philosophical. I don't like talking about myself that way all the time, because there's a rule when it comes to social interactions, and that rule is you don't describe yourself. You say what you say things and you do things. You let other people describe yourself, but because of the nature of the conversation and how it's going, well, so like being able to describe yourself is kind of important here. I think if people did more thinking about themselves, I think the world would be a better place. Grunge says, I'm the same way. Wow, that makes us kindred spirits in that. When I try to explain that to my folks, or, to friends, they're like, wow, you sound like you have a really stressful existence. You're thinking about your own self all the time. Don't you wish you were a little bit less vigilant, a little bit less self-aware? And I'm like, I do. I wish I were a little bit less introspective. It sometimes inhibits me from doing the right thing, or from taking the actions I need to take, because I'm that concerned about it. But at the end of the day, this is who I am. I'm a deeply introspective, contemplative person, and if that means I am extremely unlikely to hurt other people or myself without having thought about it first, then I will take that over rushing in and not thinking about things, or not thinking about the ills of society. Mr. Jason says if there were more coins in the world, Mr. Coins in the world would be a better place. I'm flattered. I'm flattered, truly. Thank you. Grunge says, know thyself, etc. Exactly. Exactly. It's about knowing oneself. Mr. Jason says, I wouldn't trade Mr. Coin for anything. I wouldn't trade you or any of my other audience members or moderators or contributors for anything. You guys are one of the reasons I'm even living in the first place right now. Grunge says, thinking canon often is the biggest barrier to doing anything. Too true. If you're introspective, you could spend an hour just thinking about how doing something can go wrong in a million ways, and so you just don't end up even doing it. Yup, story of my life. Absolute story of my life. I'm already thinking those thoughts about Godot right now, actually, about the many ways it can go wrong, but thinking about that too much is going to get in my own way, and so I'm trying to. Getting ready to be in my mid-30s, I want to do better about not being an enemy to myself, and sometimes that means just doing. Mr. Jason says, I don't think about things. I just need to make sure that it works with Mr. Jason's rather stretchy budget. Too true. Too true, Mr. Jason. And I'm sure you will have many things to enjoy with that stretchy budget. Now, we've been staring at a empty field long enough. It is boss time. You guys know what this means by now. I will see you guys on the other side of this boss battle. I could have swore I pressed B, but whatever. Okay. Grunge says, it's something I've worked on my whole life, really. I was for sure basically paralyzed at one point in my life, just thinking about how doing anything could go wrong. It's very hard to work through. Often it's just about finding someone who will urge you and remind you. I don't know if it's the case with you, but a common ASD thing is executive dysfunction, which ties into this. Yeah, I've had some bouts with what I presumed would be executive dysfunction. My own sibling also has to deal with that as well. It's crippling when it happens. It's really crippling when it happens. I hate it. I wish now that I know, or now that I have known what executive dysfunction is for some time, I wish I didn't have it, but I mean, can't be helped. All you can do is realize you have it and try to like develop systems to get yourself out of it when you realize it's happening more than anything. Yeah, I could, that it takes work. I have systems, but they're not always the most helpful in the whole wide world. Mr. Jason says, for example, good sir, I have 2 copies of the 100-pound The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Secrets of the Zonai, Heroes Edition book, pre-ordered with one retailer, which I have since found, sadly, uses every. I cry every time that we see another retailer use every time. I'm not going to even sure-jan that. I'm not going to count it, but I'm not going to sure-jan it. But I do not want to cancel the orders because I got 10% off them both. So how do you think that Mr. Jason solved the small issue, good sir? I'm willing to guess that you definitely either paid an extra amount of money or you bought more copies of the game from a different retailer that does not use every. Maybe. Yes, see? I was like, wait. Rather than paying, you did pay more, but you paid more through a different retailer. Yes. Got it. Nailed. Mr. Jason says that they ordered pre-ordered a third copy of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Secrets of the Zonai Heroes Edition book with another retailer that uses Royal Mail. Yup. Clockwork. Sorry. I shouldn't be confirming that like I've clocked a thread or something. Let's deal with some spells. Also, where did it say we were? Oh god, I remember this. This is the one that has tons of traps in it, if I I don't even remember the nature of the traps, if I'm being honest, so this will be experience for sure. Mr. Jason says, I love how well Mr. Coin knows me. Although Mr. Coin, I share things, but I also do not share things. You're easy to talk to and hard to get to know. I'm the same exact way, Mr. Jason. I am easy to talk to, but I keep a lot of things held close to my chest because I've been burned by that before. You know, people... it's also why I'm kind of a terrible secret keeper. I keep my own secrets well, but... I think the world needs to stop operating off lies. Also... I realize I'm being a little bit self-conscious, and I do apologize for this. I'm gonna, like, swap scenes a second. Can I get people to do me a favor? I'm gonna, like, tip the top of my head over, and I want people to be honest with me. If I'm balding, I want people to tell me that. Let me just, you know, not mess up my hair too badly. It's something I've been keeping an eye on for a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and tip my head right here. I don't know if people even got a good look on that, but I feel like I'm in denial. Like I've been balding for a while and I'm just not seeing it. Because every time I look at the webcam, I am 34. So I'm at the ripe old age for male pattern baldness is a thing. I'm very keenly aware. Mr. Jason says, even with Suremu, someone who I've known for 4 years now, does not have all the Mr. Jason lore. Only a significant other would be the sort of person to have that sort of lore, and even then, people can always keep things from their partners. Mr. Jason says a little bit. Okay. Yep. I appreciate people actually being honest with me. I'm due for a haircut anyway. My hair, I've had to cut my own hair as of recently because it's been so long since I've had one. But okay. I now have confirmation that I'm balding. A rule I made myself, and when I say this, I truly mean it with the best of intentions. Other people do whatever they want with their hair. I do not judge people for choosing to keep their hair or not. But I made a deal with myself. I told myself, if I were ever balding, I was going to start shaving my head and keep it that way. I now have confirmation of that. I appreciate both Mr. Jason and Grunge for being honest with me and telling me that. Because I've asked my parents, I've asked my sibling, I've asked my loved ones, I've even asked random strangers. No one has told me that. Everyone's like, it's fine. You don't need to shave it. You don't need to do anything with it. Sorry, I'm thumbing at the menu and I need to not be doing that. Let's get out of that. Oh man, Mr. Jason says, nah, you don't need to shave it, good sir. That's silly. I feel better. I feel better knowing that people actually said that and chose not to lie. Grunge says, I mean, look, these things are just nature and you aren't balding too early. It looks like a very normal amount for my 30s. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't like worried I was balding ahead of schedule. or anything like that. I was just hoping to have my hair for longer, you know? I was hoping I wasn't balding yet, and I've gaslit myself so much with that it's not funny. Okay, we're gonna put on the the first set, and we're gonna keep moving. Grunge says, yeah, I don't think you need to shave it. Yeah, I'm fine if people tell me, you know, hey, you know, you don't really need to shave this, you're fine. But I wanted the honesty of, yes, you're balding, it's completely natural, please try not to stress out about it. Mr. Jason says, when I was younger I did worry about it, but now I'm not really fussed. I like being able to keep up good appearances. You know, there's a reason I wear a dress shirt on camera. I like my appearance. I pride myself on, you know, being put together. And that includes my hair, my teeth, and so on, to the best of my ability anyway. Grunge says you could try to get some regrowth too if you want. I'm gonna have to have a long think about that. Although the answer will most certainly be, you know, shave my head and keep it shaved, or, you know, continue getting haircuts like I've been doing for right now, and then at some point down the line have an answer ready for, do I attempt to use rosemary or other oil to keep my hair for as long as I can, or do I just throw in the towel early and not bother fighting male pattern baldness, you know? Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, since I'm overweight, I have more things on my plate. Too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. We all have things on our plate we gotta deal with, right? Grunge says there's various oils like rosemary. Yep. I had the last stylist I went to get my hair done said that you could use rosemary oil. So I will have a nice long discussion with my folks and see what we can do about that. There are others that you can apply. Grunge goes on to say, and combine it with scalp massaging to get the blood flowing on your scalp. Yep. I'm gonna write that down, actually. Okay. My beard, though, is non-negotiable. My beard is non-negotiable. I only ever shave it if I nick it or cut it somewhere. I look like enough of a baby face without also not having a beard. And I know that from not only how I look at myself, but also how other people have told me that I do look childlike without it. Mr. Jason says, but Dr. Mr. Jason absolutely denies you from shaving it, good sir. My hair, my choice, but I will bear that statement in mind, good sir. Thank you. Grunge says, I'm basically all organic when it comes to the self-hygiene stuff. I've used olive oil, soap, and apple cider vinegar for shampoo and conditioner. Let me just write all these healthcare tips down. Okay. Written. Grunge says a major other thing is stress. Stressing a lot is a major hair killer. Yeah, I feel like that has probably accelerated my hair loss more than anything else. The change of administrations in the United States has contributed a lot to my hair loss. I personally feel that is me. Mr. Jason says, you could choose not to listen, like you mentioned, but you look perfectly fine. I appreciate the consistent reminders, Mr. Jason. Yeah, I'm aware. Believe it or not, people actually saying, yes, you're balding, takes a lot of stress off my mind. Because people chose not to gaslight me, or tell me maybe gaslight's a bit harsh. Tell me white lies in order to spare my feelings. I don't like it. I would rather someone be honest with me. It's like a really big pet peeve of mine, actually. I dislike it when people lie to me. I even dislike the white lies that were told to spare my feelings. I appreciate the gesture when it comes to that. I do appreciate the gesture, but the truth, I would rather be bothered by the truth than be bothered by the truth when I find it out later, and be bothered by, the lie that I have to find out about later, if that's making any sense. Mr. Jason says, that reminds me, good sir, Saremu is bald and he laughs about it. Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying, I have bald friends. I have people who keep their hair really short. That, like, being bald in and of itself doesn't bother me. Having a full head of hair doesn't bother me. It's the thinning. I am self-conscious about that. And probably have been since I hit 30, when I knew that, okay, every 1 out of 3 men deals with male pattern baldness. You should begin considering doing the research now. And I put that off, and now we're here. Mr. Jason says his streams are being sponsored at the moment by a restaurant, and so in DMs I said, so when are you partnering with hair restoral companies? And he laughed. Oh no, I am glad he laughed about it, because oh my god, I can totally see him being miffed about that too. Grunge says, you are someone who knows when people are intentionally making a white lie to make you feel better. I mean, everyone knows, but a lot of neurotypical people actually only ask these things to people in order to get a white lie from them to feel better. Yes, this right there, that exactly like that. Exactly like that. That does not work if you have ASD. It just feels like gaslighting. Yes. It's such a hard concept to explain, but that is so perfect. It is very much you want to have empathy for people, so you don't. Oh god. Hold on. I need to roll toward. Yeah, this thing is awful. This thing is awful. Mr. Jason says, unless I state otherwise, Mr. Jason is joking. I'm always clear on that. Yep, my dad says the same thing. He'll let me know when he wants to be taken seriously. That almost never works on me, but yeah, I'm very keenly aware. Mr. Jason says, I can see people being miffed about it, but the all-important factor is that people who've been around Mr. Jason know Mr. Jason. Exactly. Exactly. And Saremu is probably not a man who has thin skin. I try not to have thin skin. Thin skin. Good lord. I can't talk. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you.
available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the coin tent. I'm going to try to have that new shill up by tomorrow. I really want to get rid of this one. It was great, but it has served its purpose. Let's catch up on chat, and then I'll do the usual routine again. Mr. Jason says thin hair, but not thin skin. Too true, good sir. Too true. That'll probably be my mantra going forward too. I try to have thick skin around people. Again, I pride myself on being a bit of a shapeshifter or go-between, you know, being able to meld into any number of different communities. And you can't have that without having thick skin. But I try to also have receptive skin. That, yeah, you know, you should have thick skin, but sometimes people are rude. And you should be able to call them out and challenge them on that. Speaking of challenging, though, in about the next 3 minutes, there will be a challenge to avert your eyes from your screens while there's a commercial break that will be ongoing as well. We do take those at the top of every hour. I try to script these with the timer and everything so that, you know, we can all collectively take a break together. Because we all hate ads. Can I just say that? We all hate ads. And, well, this is what I wish I could say to companies thinking of advertising here.
What would you ask of death?
You want to advertise here? Well, you better court death itself. I jest, and I mean undeath, like the quote says. Anyway, feel free to spend your time whatever way you liked, whatever way you like, because once the timer is over, but just to the left of my webcam, when that shows up, you know, the ad should be over. I should have returned to my seat, and we will be able to pick right back up where we left off. Believe it or not, we're still on target for today's stream. We're not quite up to schedule yet, but we're getting there. The Altus Plateau catacombs and dungeons and caves start kicking up the difficulty in terms of what you can expect around the corner. You guys will see this as we continue to further progress the challenge runs this week. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin Winsuremu finished the water temple yesterday. It was past midnight for him. Yeah, I'll bet. It's a lot of just managing the water level more than anything. Yeah, it truly is. So for neurotypicals and allistics, that is to say people with ADHD or other, that's what allistic means. I can't even finish. I guess we'll have an allistic discussion after the fact. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I hope we all had a wonderful time during the commercial break, finding other wonderful things to do. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. As a reminder, we will be going an extra half hour today as compensation for the stream, so that way you guys get the 6 hours you're promised. I never want to deny people content for any reason if I can help it. I can't always do that, but I do want to at least try to compensate people when I can. Mr. Jason says, at the end I was thinking water relief. That was actually pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Even if it was stretchy. I don't think it was Titus laugh-worthy. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Grunge says, hopefully Ball Shack is awake soon. You know, hopefully, but if not, you know, so be it. You know, I was late today. I overslept, and that was over a complete, you know, skill issue on my part. Mr. Jason says, I'm speaking to a friend at the moment, Mr. Coin, and they were thinking of doing a giveaway, and they asked my thoughts. I said, I really appreciate that you want to give back to your wonderful community, but I'm really not sure that it is strictly necessary to give things away to people. While amazing, if you do giveaways, people will just be there for what's in it for me. The sound effect is broken. Okay. I can actually probably take a clip of that and look at it later. Is it like... yeah, I'm gonna have to hear it. I shouldn't even ask. That it might not even be possible to describe. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Go from there. I'm really right, where was I? The main reason that people are supposed to be there is for you and the wonderful content. Yep, too true. You're even warned about this with giveaways. I did Bayonetta 2 as a giveaway, and you know, I maybe got one person out of the deal for that. So you do them because of your community, and not because you want to attract new people. You're not going to do that. They're going to be in and out while the giveaway is present. Mr. Jason says, if you want to do giveaways, by all means do so, but I genuinely do not recommend it. There has to be like a more intrinsic reason for the giveaway, is what the research suggests. You do giveaways for your community, not for attracting people. That's really not going to work. And then Grunge says the sound effect you just played is kind of broken. You might want to rewatch the stream after it's over. I will make a point to do that. I wonder how it was broken, or how long it has been broken even. I'm worried it's been broken the whole time, but I'd rather deal with that fear now than later, so thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, when I first joined this channel, I won a giveaway. I got it, Mr. Coin. I'm flattered, sir. Thanks. Although I'm not something to be given away. I get what you were trying to say. That is not at all where I was supposed to go. It's this way. It's right over there. Let's deal with these first. All right, let's try this again with 100% less screw ups. There we go. You really don't want these guys coming after you if you can help it. Their attacks are really, really mean. The Royal Revenant is by far my least favorite enemy in Elden Ring, period. Modded or not, it is unfair to fight. These things teleport, they have like a grab attack, they can spit poison at you, they make your camera real buggy when they teleport, they can attack you for 6, 7, 8 times, they can, you know, they can render you completely vulnerable and you won't even have the chance to dodge. It's bad. They're bad. It's every caster's worst nightmare. Every caster's absolute worst nightmare. Yuck. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Nope, that's terrible. Okay, we need to find the. We need to do this. There we go. That's better. Okay, so the gimmick. The gimmick is that we're going to have corpse creatures that need to be kited into this light. A few of the tombs in Altus have this same mechanic where you need to kite them. You need to kite them into the beam of light, and they're invulnerable until you do so. If I find another one of those corpse imps, I will absolutely like demonstrate this. That you can't hurt them when they look shadowy like that. They have to be revealed first. It's kind of stinky. I don't like it, but it's better than invisible enemies. That is what I will say for sure. It's better than an invisible black knife assassin. I think this is how we get over there. Yeah, this is exactly how we do it. Just like that. Easy rune piece. Well, you can actually walk this whole thing up to a point, I guess. Let me also make sure the outputs are still working. So far, so good. The chat has kind of disconnected a couple of times today, or it's had issues loading. So I wanted to make sure, you know, we were still live on Twitch, among other things. All right. Well, now that we're here, let's head down into the recesses then. Okay, so here are 2 corpse imps right here. Itchy ear. This is a bad time for itchy ear. Super bad time. Okay, got it. But yeah, see, the basic idea is you kite them to one of these and you're good to go. Sometimes you'll have to manipulate a statue or that beam of light. You'll have to like work for it. There will be another. I think there will be another grave site later that we have to do this for, and It's gonna be annoying when that happens. Grunge says, hey Coin, controversial topic, but in one of your videos you quoted Moldbug, and I was very surprised. Like, I was just wondering what the story was behind you knowing who that is. Oh, you mean Curtis Yarvin? Yes. I know about Curtis Yarvin from people that have talked about him and from having done the digging about Peter Thiel, Project 2025, all of the conservative or otherwise just like deep think tank individuals. I would even argue that Project 2025 or these other techno bro conspiracy theories are not I wouldn't even call them conservative. They're just dystopian, and they had like a conservative set dressing on top of them is what I would say. All of it is smoke and mirrors. If you really want to know, if you really want people to pay attention how we're getting there, then just look at their books, read their books, read their writings. That's how you'll know. It's just a means to an end. Yeah. He's an individual that I have tried to warn people about, along with Peter Thiel. Most of the people in real life that I have talked to say, do you realize you sound like a whack job? And I'm like, yes, I do. I realize these are people that if you want to call them terminally online, they're terminally online. They are terminally online people. That doesn't change the fact that they write code for your software, engage in cybersecurity defense contracts with governments all over the world, ranging from the United States to Argentina, Israel, you name it. These are people who are all part of the same club, and the only reason they might be competing against each other is they want a slice of the pie. They do. And it isn't limited to the United States either. We have the CEO of Louis Vuitton. We have Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. We have people in Canada. We have people in India that were part of that one big motley list. They're just not all in Peter Thiel or Curtis Yarvin's writings. Okay. Yeah, it's very controversial stuff. It is important that it is discussed, however. It absolutely should be discussed. Nabbit. Yep. I should have just finished what I was trying to say and then step in here. I also should have actually killed them really quick. Like I actually had no time to even think about taking cover or changing for a different spell or anything like that. You have to kill that selection of corpse imps very fast. Grunge says it's one of the factions currently competing for the bigger slice of the pie. Yep, bigger in the sense of just how deep the connections run more than perhaps anything else. And it's bigger than they would be progressive. I'll put it this way, and I'm not saying stuff people don't know for the record. These people that I refer to, like Curtis Yarvin, Mencius Moldbug is his screen name, they will use progressivism or progressive policy to further their own agenda. If they If they claim to be pro-LGBT, it is not sincere. It's not real. If that were giving them power, they would use it. There's a reason people are wary of what is called pink capitalism or rainbow capitalism. We're a market to these people. Right now, a conservative megalomaniac is in charge of the United States. So guess what policies they're espousing? They are espousing slightly or moderately more conservative ones, or they're doing a Peter Thiel and just not being in the limelight very much, or they're talking about the Antichrist. They're on a religious arc. These people are perfidious, and they are not to be trusted. Again, not that I need to tell that to anyone. People either do trust them or they don't. And I apologize. You know what? Hold on. I'm actually not going to apologize for that. I was going to apologize for sounding like a whack job, but after what I read and seen from these people, no, they're the nutcase. Come on, get over here. Thank you. Yeah, the imps also like to throw jars or rocks or like debris around, and they will spam it until you're close enough. Kind of like how soldiers will pull out their crossbow until you're close enough. Come on, up here. Gotta lure you into the light there, buddy. People like that make me very depressed as an autistic person, or even just as a human being, because these are also people that have gone on record saying, "Oh, we're looking for weird perspectives." I believe the CEO of Palantir, who is not Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's its founder, not its CEO. I know the guy's name is Alex, the actual CEO of Palantir, and I'm forgetting what the last name is. I should know it. He's gone on record talking about how the important people are going to be those with unique perspectives of thinking, aka autistic people. That is what that is code for. I've done my homework. They speak in coded language. That is what that means. Weird perspectives. To him, we're tools. And nothing more. Men like that are why I made the petition that I made, and that I'm doing research on to make sure that what I can do with that petition is legal, and not I need to go back and rewrite it or put it in a different application or something. Because the last thing I want to do in terms of being a political activist is giving the government an excuse to come after me. They do that already just by me existing, but still. I'm sorry, this is just such a... I did not mean to do that. Give me 1 second and I will respond to that. Welcome, Anya and Troll Castle Challenge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. And I do hope you enjoy your stay while you're here. They say, greetings, President Coin. I'm just informing you that our very important client, Suremu, is planning on reaching out to the board and presidency with a query. Okay. I will be on the lookout for such a query. Thank you. I probably won't be able to look at it until after the stream, assuming that query, has hit already. But if it is just the we're warning that, you know, it's a warning that there is a query coming, then I will keep my eyes peeled. Thank you. Troll Castle Challenge says, is the boss here today? Do you know, sir? He's been waffling between a couple of streams to my knowledge. Mr. Jason was here as of 3:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So not maybe, but like 15 minutes ago. So he might have stepped away to make tea or do something else. Or is schmoozing with another streamer. Possibly also with the TCC. That's about as much information as I can give you. My apologies, it is not more specific. Yeah, I was about to say, please step into that guillotine, but they're not going to. Ah, no, get off, get off. Yuck. I disliked that a lot. Yeah, so what you really want to do is like lure these corpses into the guillotine, like the guillotine platforms, and just have them, have the guillotine blades do all the work. But if people are wondering what the heck am I trying to do, there's a statue we have to activate, and we have to do that. We need to do that by going up here. You even need a stone sword key for it. Stop! Yuck! I should not, I definitely should not, tempt fate. And, you know, just, definitely just, use a flask there. Okay, that's 2. Okay, run down, run down, run down. And do it one more time. Troll Castle Challenge says, as you know, President Coin, I've informed you of said query because he's been approved as a client staff boardroom area specific policy. He's been approved as the client staff boardroom area specific policy says, please only click the create ticket button below if you've been invited to summon the board. Any tickets made, I need to mind my position here. Tickets made uninvited will be deleted immediately. Okay, so my guess is our executive chair has probably been talking to Seremu as we speak. And so that has prompted the ticket. Okay. Understood. I will try to shoot a glance at that during the next commercial break because I'm not in a great position to look at it right now. But thank you for alerting me of the query. Troll Castle Challenge, much appreciated. Oh, actually, this is a new talisman. I didn't even think about that. I only just barely registered that. That is the Dragon Crest Shield talisman. Ah, okay. Yeah, so this is that talisman. It's the I'm forgetting what the equivalent for this is in Dark Souls 3. There's a talisman that that does the same thing. Mr. Jason says, I've returned. Welcome back. Yes, I did verify that. Suremu reached out to me via DM as he wasn't sure of something, and so I specifically said, let's discuss it with TCC President Coin as he's quite knowledgeable. Okay. Is this one of the... Is this an inquiry that requires, you know, a response, like, immediately? Or, like, you know, ASAP? Or do I have time? Gold Vine Branch Staff. Oh, this was one of the early custom weapons. Where was this? Yeah, it's a twin blade. It's kind of cool. Not immediately now. Okay, I have time then. Good. Good. Okay, I'll at least give it a glance during the commercial break then. And if I can maybe say something, I will. But otherwise, you know, I expect a response after the stream is what I will say there. The rigors and challenges of being the president of a conglomerated Discord. Mr. Jason says, you see, Suremu said, if I did something, I feel I can go and ask, but since I do nothing to help the TCC, how can I ask? And I said, you don't need to do anything for the TCC, and the TCC is here to help you. And others, yes, we need to do something about that in his direction. The best way he can help us is probably just by telling other people about us. Which I know, I keep saying that I have something I need to discuss, and then, you know, I keep having issues with that, and for that I am truly sorry. I will put things in the executive board room area today, or the executive lounge. Let me write that down, actually. There's that executive dysfunction we were talking about earlier, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's why this hasn't been fully resolved yet. Okay, I have written that down. I will also write down the look at the inquiry that was made earlier thing. Okay. I have written that down on my handy dandy notebook. And let me put my hats back where I can easily get them. By the way, for those that are watching the stream, well, we do have channel point rewards. And I highly encourage the use of 7TV. It's for channel points. It's an extension that you can install on any Chromium browser. And one of the things that 7TV does is there is an option that lets it auto collect the channel points for you, so that you are not having to sit there and click every time you want to chat. You do get your channel points every hour. Every like few minutes. I highly recommend 7TV for your time on Twitch. It saves me a lot of hassle and headache. But we do have channel point rewards. Full Castle Challenge says, but yes, President Coin, since the executive chair has approved it, I assume that means it's been given the highest priority in the TCC. Yep, I will endeavor to take a look at that during the break. If I could say something, I will, and if not, you know, I'll get to it after the stream. Troll Castle Challenge says, I must head off now anyway. I've done what I needed to do, sir. Very well. It was good to see you, as always, even for only but a brief moment. Please do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. You're welcome here or amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime. If I don't see you again for whatever reason, do take care of yourself out there. World's a dark, dangerous place. And with that, It's time for a drink. Oh my goodness, I needed that. Now, let's see. I'm trying to remember this next part. Right, I think there. Yeah, I think we check under here next. And I also have to check these walls because I'm not sure about the. You would be surprised as to just how many illusory walls there are in Altus Plateau and like Liurnia combined. Oh, I headed the wrong direction. Is what happened? Yeah, complete wrong direction, actually. Or is this one huge wraparound? See, I've only done this place but a few times, so I am actively trying to remember it all, and it's kind of rough. I think, though, yeah, it's a wraparound. So now we need to actually head through this area. While trying to ignore corpses as much as we are able. So it's like, I killed that one, but then I will definitely need to, like, ignore some of the others. Just gotta mind positions. Okay, cool. That room's always a little bit, you know, a little bit of a slice and dice. Oh, wait. I guess you could say that room is always a little bit of a close shave. Close shave, guillotine.
Sure, Jan.
Anyway. Okay, we have another one of these freaks that need to be relegated to the freaking basement. Gotcha. You thought you could come behind me and fill me with your poison. 10 points to anyone who knows the song reference. Mr. Jason says, my TCC. Thoremu accidentally posted his message in the public client staff boardroom area and not in the ticket. Well, that's yeah, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. That's what that little mistake gets. That's rough, buddy. Insert the "that's rough" meme here. Okay, yeah, I'm headed in the right direction. Yeah, you guys thought we weren't gonna see these duelists anymore? Oh boy, I got news for you. Well, you know what they say. This is kind of a difficult section, so I am gonna lock in for this. Dealing with a duelist without summons is tricky. And you know, as they say,
let's get to it.
can I get the... Is my greed going to punish me? A little bit, yes. Are you serious? get down here? Did not mean to do that. Okay, absolutely not. What I'm trying to do is get up, is kind of like cheat and get up there. You straight up cannot. What? Hello? Clip that. Clip that. Now we have to walk all the way up there again. Okay. Very well, Mr. Jason. I am glad that will be a thing moving forward. It always was kind of odd when you can post in there, that you could post in there. Exactly. To stream of IDM, I said, see, you greatly helped TCC there without even realizing it. Since posting there, I have set permissions in client staff boardroom so that people cannot post there. Right, exactly. Come on. Come down here, big guy. Okay, now that he's here... Run! Yeah, the TCC is really quite big. Bye-bye. Yeah, the TCC is actually quite large. It would be really tough to check each and every area, you know, sift through all of the sift through all of the channels and find the permissions for each one of them. Discord really does need to do they really do need just like a better way to set permissions. That is like such a... Discord's fine for like work or like casual friend servers, but when it comes to like big places, even with apps and extensions, right, you still just... It's kind of gnarly that okay, I really want to try hard not to kill anything. And maybe put on the correct garb. There we go. That's a bit better. Sarimi said, that's good news. Finally, I did something. Yeah, you know, no time like the present, right? There's no time like the present to be busy. Oh, my life is about to get way busier than ever before. And this is without even getting into the fact on Friday, this upcoming Friday, I'm gonna have to move the stream back 1 hour. Don't worry, I will put a posting about that in the Discord server, but I will have to go earlier in the day because our play group has had all the Saturdays taken up by work schedules, so we have to find a different time to meet with each other. So this month it's Friday. This month it's Friday, and I'm hoping we can return to some sense of normalcy after or in July. And then don't forget that on the 11th through the, let me make sure I got this right. Yeah, the 11th through the 11th and 12th, I won't be streaming either, like at all, because I'll be at a client job that day. And that may or may not be hell. I don't know yet. But I do know what kind of hell we're in for. A custom boss. If you guys like custom bosses, I think you guys will enjoy the preview of this at least once. But with that, I'm going to lock right in and just let you guys sit back and enjoy the show for yourselves. See you guys after this. I'm sorry, what? Yep, yep, mm-hmm. Let's try that again. The Wind Grant actually is a repeat of the dismounted Tree Sentinel, but Wind Grant will actually have a phase 2. And he seems to like using his Great Shield more, which I don't remember from even the last time I had to deal with Wind Grant. That seems to be like a new development. But let's go in and get this. Try to get this done. He says, well, knowing full well that saying that is usually a recipe for disaster with Wind Grant. Nope, that was too early. And yeah, I didn't know that that had a follow-up. And that the projectile attack would happen. Okay. I probably have one more attempt before I have to probably start thinking about the commercial break. We'll see. Mr. Jason says, on a genuine note, Mr. Coin, I can't even remember what you originated as when you joined the TCC. I was a client. You brought me on as a client. And then I came on as director like within a month. Well, not just any client, but like a verified streamer. We like the verified streamer program was a thing. It wasn't quite at the bottom, but I was expecting to spend a lot longer as just simply a verified streamer. Yeah. I remember that because it just hit me out of left field. A mere but still important director. It kind of was, good sir. Verified streamer is a form of client. Then yeah, it's exactly the same. Then I basically was a client. Like I did start at the bottom. I just did not. I spent. Perhaps probably shorter compared to some other people as like client, like before moving up in the ladder is what I would say. I'm wondering about Lutel here. I wonder if Latena might be a better answer. Okay, that has a shockwave. Nice. There's no way that there's absolutely zero shot that we make it now before the commercial break. Okay. Let's unpop that out for now. And you know what? Thinking about the positions of things in this ruin, let me head over here and go from there. All right, this should be safe. I'm gonna try and experiment with Wind Grant here. Grunge says, sorry I had to pop out for a bit. No worries, Grunge. Coin, I was gonna say I've asked you questions a lot today. I'm a pretty open person. If you want to ask me things in return, I don't want it to be one-sided. No worries. Something I've learned in life is that people like talking about themselves, and it makes them feel very good when you prompt them and listen and ask follow-up questions. They really start to like you quickly. For instance, active listening skills are something that are good to pick up for streaming. Yeah. I appreciate all the questions. I truly do. You know, I trust you've had a good time in just the short period you've been here. I'm trying to think if there is a good question I want to ask. I guess I could probably start by I take it a lot of the questions you were asking were just out of curiosity, yeah? Like knowing more about a person's character or what have you, especially since prior to Friday, it had been 8 years since we even last talked. Grunge says, yeah, I'm interested in people. Thought so. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content.
All right, let's try that again. Welcome on in, Bakuka. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Bakukas has just dropped in to say hello. No worries. A stream is going well. How about your own streams in return? I believe you streamed the last time Mr. Jason talked to me about you. Mr. Jason, if they do in fact stream, would you be so inclined as to give them a shout out, please, while that is going on? And thank you for the assist, Grunge. Much appreciated. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. In about 3.5 minutes from now, there will be a timer just to the left of my webcam. That timer will read for 3 minutes. That's how many minutes of ads are served up and how long the break lasts. We all hate ads around here. I hate how much of a part of the ecosystem they are. So I highly recommend you guys take a stretch break or do something else of that nature, or run an ad blocker. You know, whatever fits your fancy. But don't let me be the arbiter of your time or what you do and don't do. Spend that time whatever way you want. Once those 3 minutes are up, the ads should have stopped. I will have returned to my desk, and we can, pick right back up where we left off. I should say that is also the last commercial ad for the day. I might run like a small one since we're going for an extra half hour. I do have a rule about that. If I go overtime for more than half an hour or around half an hour, I might run, I will probably run like a minimal ad if I do that, like the 1:30, just to have that full half hour protected. But, yeah, with any luck, or with any amount of skill, I should say, because it's not a matter of luck. I know what I'm doing. It really won't be like, that'll be more ad-free time, among other things. But that's a future coin. That's a future stream problem. Mr. Jason says, wow. Coin, you shot up 20 ranks when you went up from client to executive director. Never mind president now. And with president, you went up 27 ranks. Side note, I love that we have 27 ranks. Mr. Jason says, yeah, the hierarchy is strong with this one, is what I will say. So my plan, like I said before, is to wait for the commercial break to completely finish, and then when we come back, we will continue wiping face to Wind Grant. Again, I want us to note that I did say that was the goal for today, is at least deal with Wind Grant. If I can deal with more, I will. If we could get further into the splits today, that's great. That's fantastic. But if not, you know, Wind Grant is hard, and because Wind Grant is hard, you know, c'est la vie, I guess. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully we all found something wonderful to do during our commercial break. Catching up on the chats here. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to yourself. You say commercial break. I'm gonna cut you off there, Coin. Yeah, I'm a blabbermouth. I know it. And the umming and ahhing ensures that it takes me some time to finish my sentence. Mr. Jason says I was slightly incorrect. Oh. Incorrect about what, good sir? Sorry, I'm doing the Stormwind shuffle while I wait with bated breath. Because I want to make sure we've tied everything up nice and neat. And while that conversation is going on, what do you guys think about Souls-like content or challenge running content in general? I know with the audience I've cultivated, you guys are here for me. You guys have already said as much, so I'm putting faith in that statement. But I am curious if you guys would watch this type of thing on your own. It doesn't matter whether it's vanilla Elden Ring or not. I'm curious if this is the type of stuff people would, my audience would watch if they were watching someone else. I would, but a lot of the streamers I like, do Elden Ring or Dark Souls, or I am a huge Soulsborne enthusiast. My largest part of my gaming resume is among those games, to say the least. Mr. Jason says it was 23 ranks that you went up, but that is still nothing to sniff at, as the saying goes, especially since you cannot apply for the upper ranks. Too true, good sir. Too true. Although I do think with the board applications, we kind of technically, it's complicated. Things are always complicated, as I like to say. Very complicated. Well, enough staring at these four walls. It is time for more pain and suffering. I jest. For an enjoyable fight. I'll see you guys on the other side. Well, 1 second. Grunge says, I honestly don't really watch gameplay stuff on YouTube. Fair. The other stream I watch is unrelated to gaming. The game being played has always been a background thing for me. Understandable. Yeah, I could totally see that. That, like, IRL streams or like cooking or other stuff are categories on Twitch or Kick or YouTube as well. Yeah, I'm a huge gamer, so that, of course, that's where my interests are. But I certainly don't mind a cooking stream or like something. I don't know. IRL streams or just chatting it's always kind of nebulous to watch, because that's where all the political commentators are in just chatting. If you open up Twitch, you will see a Hassan stream. You will see an Asmongold stream. You will see all these people just chit-chatting away about their news. Which is fine. I'm not begrudging them for the content, the fact that they are doing just chatting or react streams. I might begrudge the specific content of the stream, but them deciding to do that is fine. Just I would be nonplussed to be in such a stream like that. Grunge says, when I have a stream on, I'm not always directly watching it, just listening a lot of the time. Yep, I get that a lot. People tell me that all the time. I get it in Twitch Whispers. I get it in private correspondence. People, that's like the number one thing people say, because life is busy. I'm the one terminally online, more than anything. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you just reminded me. I read an Reddit article today that's saying that Hassan has been refused entry to the UK. Good. Look, make of his political opinion what you want. That dog shocker shouldn't be anywhere near the UK, and he already got in trouble for doing the things in Cuba that he did. It wasn't just he was there on a mission. He actively made life in Cuba worse, despite trying to be there to help them, quote unquote. I have nothing nice to say about Hassan Piker. Mr. Jason says, also good, sir. Those 23 ranks are based in the C-suite role, just being called C-suite, so it's probably more than 23. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff in the TCC, Mr. Jason. It's probably closer to like 35 or something. I'd have to really count each role, and I don't know if I like doing that. I don't know if I want to do that. Grunge says, yeah, I've been working on some stuff for gardening class. I have in another tab. Nice. While I have you on, arranging information into charts and asking whatever comes to my mind. Awesome. What kind of gardening class, if you don't mind my asking? Is it like just like a general horticulture or agriculture, or something more specific? Horticulture. Yeah, exactly. I thought I would like be able to fit a guess. Horticulture's fun. I wish I had taken it in high school. I wish I'd gotten a chance to do something similar in college, but I never quite made it that far. And even though I was a cellular molecular or was studying to be a cellular molecular biologist, and a lot of the stuff pertaining to cellular molecular biology had more to do with medicine, like health. My university is in a medical district, or was in a medical district, so that they were pushing people toward those programs. I was always more of we need to study things that are not medicine, like cordyceps, in order to understand where people might be going in the future. A lot more theoretical stuff. That was what I wanted to do. Mr. Jason says, so it is probably more than 23. I'm sure that I counted 50 at one point. That was probably prior to the cleanup. Of course, I wouldn't expect you to dispose of those, Mr. Jason. Also, Mr. Coin, that is 23 roles when manager and assistant manager are categorized and as assistant managers. Playtester, client representative, troll level, advisor, manager. Yeah, those roles. Grunge says we've largely done the hardcore botany parts last year. And now it's a lot of like biodiversity, styles, climate change, and so on. That's cool. Like the ecology part of botany, and not quite so much the individual aspects of the plants themselves. That's really cool. I did, like, ecology was sprinkled into all of my biology courses, all of them. I didn't take to the ecology parts as much, but I understood why they're important. I wasn't a student that went, how is this relevant to what we're studying for? No, I knew why. And, you know, even if I didn't know, I'm like, damn, dudes, can you, like, let the instructor do their job? I hate that. Look, I like my own sovereignty and freedom as much as the next person. And I don't like stuffy, overbearing rules. But at the same time, like, them's the breaks if you're gonna go to college or university. if you're in school, if you choose to go to school beyond high school, you got rules to follow. You are actively choosing to subject yourself to that for longer as people mature into going to college and university. You're choosing to subject yourself to that environment for longer. So be respectful. Let the instructor do their job. They got people to feed too. We all have family we're trying to feed during these times. And even if we don't have family, we're all just trying to survive. Don't make the instructor's life more difficult by, besmirching the subject matter. Keep that to yourself. I have said this to fellow students before. I have been called a teacher's pet because of it, of course, but I mean, I don't let things like being called a teacher's pet bother me much. I was always one that socialized more with, people in academia. I always had that kind of working relationship with them. Grunge Monkey goes on to say, like going over historical garden styles. Do you find that part of it interesting? I guess I'm choosing the opportunity to ask, like, what your interest in the gardening course is. Is it more of the botanical side of it, or is it more of the ancillary ecology, history, or like interdisciplinary stuff about the horticulture course? Just curious, of course. Mr. Jason says, if I included the C-suite roles, that it goes to 30, and if I included all assistant manager and manager roles, it goes to 36. I kind of consider, and this is to the conversation about the TCC. I sort of consider the TCC like troll department as like its own separate track, so to speak. I don't, because I wasn't ever going to interface with it anyway, right? Super Mario Maker is not really my shtick. I can play it. I don't have a problem watching the content or anything, but the actual like troll community, this is as close as I get to that, so to speak. Mr. Jason. Grunge says, I mean, the main part is really the doing it. Fair. It's just sort of the second part of the course, the practical stuff. The theory stuff is very interesting, but mostly I just love getting into the dirt. Fair enough. Fair enough. Gardening can be quite relaxing. I'm hoping to do some gardening this year, actually, or I don't know. Is it gardening if I'm growing food? It might be farming, actually. It's not really a farm, though. I feel like I'm in that weird in-between space again. Grunge goes on to say I have a background in some graphics design and fine art stuff, too, so I guess the design is interesting. Fair enough. But it's mainly the doing. It's the kinesthetic part of the course that you find interesting. Very well. Mr. Jason says the troll level advisor roles are included in the 23. Okay. Balshek says, hold the phone. I'm here. Welcome on in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well in body and mind. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I do hope you enjoy your stay, good sir. We were just chatting it up about, we've been chatting about, we've taken some time to stop and just chat a second. Ask questions, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says the troll level advisor assistant manager, and the troll level advisor manager. Interesting. Bolshek says, "Good afternoon. I'm good. I just ate 15 oysters." I was about to say, F those 15 oysters in particular is what that sentence read to me. And then there was the correction. Your life would be peachy if it weren't for those 15 oysters, as Grunge says. Yeah, that is a very, very funny misspelling for sure. Bolshek says it's not Friday. We have full power to say what needs to be said about the oysters. Fuck the oysters, right? I'm gonna say this because I've changed the tags. I've put on the content warning. Hey, adults, if you got children in here, take them out. This is 18 plus stream. If you guys want the non-18 plus streams, come back Friday. But please don't let your children lurk in here. Please be parents. Please actually parent. Thanks. You make my life much easier when you do this. Mr. Jason says, "I love the little stick measuring contest in the TCC, Mr. Coin Good Sir. Most people go, OMG, you have a CEO? Isn't that like the top role?" And then Mr. Jason would kindly say, "Hey, just scroll up a little." Yeah, I know. The stick has more graduations on it. Bolshek says, "This is 18 plus anti-oystercation. Oyster action, excuse me." Too true. It is, although, out of curiosity, how many people love oysters? You can type 1 or raise your hand or something. I like oysters. I like them, freshly steamed, or I'll take them breaded. I do like fried oysters. It's hard to get fried oysters right though. It's a lot easier to just steam them and eat them in the shell when I've had them. Delicious. Bolshek says, "I never had them, but I just had them raw with hot sauce and lime juice." Interesting. That would probably make my stomach flare up pretty good, but I'd try it at least once. Gonna be honest, I'm a fan now. Yeah, the oysters are very succulent, and they're kind of like chicken of the sea. They take on the flavor of whatever you cook them in. Mr. Jason says, "And as you know, good sir, president is the highest authority that could be awarded." Yes, sir. I am very aware of the office that I now hold. I promise. I'm going to try to do right by that office. I do so solemnly swear that, Mr. Jason. But I believe I've sworn that before. So I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Bolshek says, "I was told this is the true oyster fanatic way of doing it. I have never heard of eating them in hot sauce and lime juice." This is coming from someone that loves oysters and whose father is deathly allergic to shellfish. Oysters were always rare for me. I did not have them that often. Precisely because all the establishments that we would end up ever going to as a family that had oysters, we would always have to make sure to say, "Yeah, you're cooking with shellfish, like shrimp and stuff. Please don't cook my dad's stuff with that. He'll die." It's kind of sneaky. Mr. Jason says, "I do wish that the presidential secretary didn't get their account compromised." Well, I wish that too. Falling prey to a Discord scheme is never fun. I do hope they get that. I do hope they're able to come back. But if not, and they decide never to come back, okay. Have a nice life. Hope you stay safe, but what can you do, right? You can't make people be part of Discord servers or other community-driven things. People have to want to be part of that on their own. And if they can't or won't for whatever reason, then you keep your doors open and you be patient. You wait. And or move on in the meantime. But I think we've been staring at our face long enough. It is boss time. Just for a context of what we're doing, Ball Shack, we are fighting another custom boss for Elden Ring Reforged, Grave Sentinel Wind Grant, which is a combination of the armor, the Dragon Slayer armor in Dark Souls 3, and like a couple of other enemies. This is a boss port. It's Dragon Slayer armor was quite hard in Dark Souls 3, and the same is true here. It's even got the second phase and everything. Mr. Jason says, "Too true, good sir. They were a very good one, and they earned their place." That they did, Mr. Jason. That they did. All right, guys. You know what time it is. It is time to wipe some face. And with that, I will see you guys on the other side of this fight. Hopefully we get it done this time. I'm gonna try an experiment now. All right. Yep. You really can't leave this guy alone for even a second. You can't like take your eye off to go somewhere else. You can't drink until you absolutely know it's safe. Wind Grant is an excellent example of a boss that has been properly kitted to follow the Elden Ring paradigm of boss design in Elden Ring, which is if in Dark Souls you wanted to, you used like posture breaks in order to deal with enemies, and the posture break equals massive DPS. In Elden Ring, if you posture break an enemy, it turns out they actually have a secret follow-up that makes punishing them very difficult. Wind Grant, when stance broken, will slam his axe into the ground, which is what Dragon Slayer armor did. It's why he was one of the most reviled, like hated bosses on planet Earth, is because he kind of like broke the floor for when Miyazaki started making bosses a lot more difficult and more like an arms race. It's the idea that, oh, you never really get a chance to punish the boss except during this one window, and it turns out your time to do even that is quite limited. Yep, nope, I lost whatever that is. I might be able to just wait, like play passive and not even bother trying to be terribly all that direct. Too early. And that attack right there, where he swung out and unleashed the projectile, that's a 50-50. It is a 50-50 on whether or not he does that or he does a swinging charge. He's really, really difficult to read for that reason. At least in Dragon Slayer Armor's case in Dark Souls 3, you could actually you had some cover. Here you don't get that. It's nothing but pure abject misery. Nothing to do but try again, I suppose. Oysters sound delicious. I'm having hot dogs tonight with some plant chips. They are potato based, so like the argument can be made that they're not really plant chips, but they supposedly have like spinach and tomato mixed in. So I mean, the spinach and tomato do fit the definition of a plant chip. They just aren't Terra brand chips. I quite like the Terra brand. They don't have tomatoes in it. It's like rutabagas and stuff. Stuff that doesn't make me gastrically uncomfortable. Anyone have a food they really like, but it makes them gastrically uncomfortable? You know, you bloat up or something else. For me, potatoes are that vegetable. Tomatoes also do it to me, but in a different way. It's rough. It's a rough ride. Can't eat tomatoes like I used to. Nope. Yep. Sometimes he does the quick swipe, and other times it's something else entirely. Really? All right. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine. We've met our goal today, by the way. This guy is hard. I probably actually need to go back to a rest site and like review the spells I'm using, so I'm not doing that. In fact, I'm gonna just take a forced death immediately and go do that. Let that happen, and let's go calibrate our spells, because I'm cycling through too many of them as it is. Okay. Let's see. Balshak says a lot of food. I feel that. Gives me gastric issues to the point where I don't know which exactly. It depends on my weight and the time of day as well. If you deal with GERD or gastrointestinal reflux disorder, I think is what GERD stands for, or acid reflux, or you have sleep apnea, or a handful of other issues, or PKU, or anything else, yeah, you know, that's really gonna affect you. The only way to know is to like go over each one of your issues and you know, take notes. And of course, as my sibling has taught me about this definitely wants to be a bestial vitality. I might not even have room for the blood boon. I think the E is esophageal. I see. Walshek says I got a bit of sleep apnea and a bit of acid reflux. Yeah, there's certain foods that upset you with that. I assume the GERD was GIRD, but if it is GERD, then yeah, it's gastroesophageal reflux disorder. Yeah. Balshak says, I basically know what the problems are, but things will surprise me. Yeah. My understanding is that they give you a chart and say, here, you know, here's a list of all the things you can't have. Enjoy. And if you have like a MAO inhibitor on top of that, or you take like methotrexate or Allegra, you happen to take that, then those are serum amplifiers, and you're not gonna like eating food in general is gonna be really difficult. You have CGD. What? Coin glazing disorder. That is certainly a disorder. That is certainly a disorder of all time. Coin glazing disorder. I appreciate it, Mr. Jason. Okay, through here. Yeah, you really have to do quite a run through. This is one of those run backs that you're glad you have a stake, but if you ever have to like deal with you know, not with like the loss of a stake, I gotta like if you ever lose your stake for any reason, that's gonna cause some problems. Trying to like keep all these different things in mind. Mr. Jason says, whenever I see Mr. Coin, I just want to show how much I appreciate him. I'm going to sleep now though, good sir. It's late. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you being here as always. You know, please do stay safe and take care of yourself. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime. If I don't see you again, then, please do take care of yourself out there. World's a dangerous place, but rest well and good night to you, Mr. Jason. Bolshek says I just got out of work and blasted 15 oysters and made lunch. Yeah, you've made me hungry for oysters. What can I say? I'm hoping we don't only have hot dogs today for dinner. I'm hoping that my folks have spent some primo money on cheddar wursts. Cheddar wursts are like my favorite hot dog because it's cheese and it's meat. I don't mind punishing myself for that. Mr. Jason says, I'm sure that I will see you again, good sir. Since the hallowed halls are part of the TCC, I hold the keys to the main building that includes both. Too true, good sir. Too true. Bolshek says, dude, I made hot dogs, but it was hot Italian sausage. I tried at least once. I would probably want milk for that, if I do that. I've had andouille and like Sicilian sausage before. It's delicious but spicy. Grunge asks or says, no, it is a question. What are my top 5 dishes? I'm really simple. I like spaghetti. If I can get it in like pesto, that'll be great. Like, so spaghetti, carbonara. I do like a good surf and turf. I do like a good bit of steak, and I can go for almost any seafood at this point. So that's 3 right there. I like a good curry. I really happen to like Indian like flavors very well. I enjoy good curry. And then minestrone soup. I like more than that, but these are just the 5 I can think of off the top of my head. I'm a huge foodie, so I like lots of things. But like major food dishes, yeah. Good. Don't underestimate the power of a good tomato soup, he says, while knowing that the minestrone soup gives him pain. Bolshek says, I got cheese brats and beer brats and hot Italian sausage. Sounds good. Grunge will find all of this foul, I think. I don't know. Maybe whether they're a sausage person or not, I'm not sure. Bolshek says it's Sicilian hot sausage. Again, not for the faint of heart. Bolshek says mayo, ketchup, relish, avocado, hot sauce, and jalapeno slices. Mayo, I'm iffy on. Ketchup, I like on fries, but I don't want it on everything under the sun, and I don't like it with eggs. Relish, given the fact that tomatoes give me such discomfort these days, I have turned on a lot more to relish and avocados. Hot sauce, I'm a wimp on, but what else is new? And jalapeno, some days I can handle it and other days I can't. Bolshek says Grunge is a food hater. I don't, that feels a bit harsh. Or do we mean like picky? Because I have a sibling and they're a picky eater. I don't know about food hater. They're just picky. Bolshek says, people say ketchup on hot dogs is a foul thing, but I balance it out with a lot of, I presume, other stuff. Ketchup on hot dogs is okay. I'm not one for condiments on hot dogs. Yes, I'm weird. I already know this. You know, I'm not neurotypical. What can I say? I'm weird, but I've really taken to have to relish on hot dogs. I was not a huge relish enjoyer before last year. Grunge Monkey says you can ask me my top dishes, but I'll have to think about it. Okay, this is the very titular thing of, you told me I could ask you the thing, I'm gonna ask you the thing. How about your top 5? Top 5 dishes. Yeah, we're gonna this ought to be interesting, and then we will I will break things up with another couple of attempts at Win Grant. Win Grant is fun but frustrating. Ballshack says think about what he hates the least. This ought to be real interesting. Of course, and please, if I'm putting you at risk over your horticulture work, you know, just say so. You know, I'll be more than happy to say, you know, no pressure, anything. Now, one thing that I know does trouble me, but in the interest of like continuing the conversation while the question is being asked and answered, I am a huge cheesecake enjoyer, but it does give me trouble. I get I bloat up pretty good. I don't eat cheesecake often, but when I do, huge cheesecake enjoyer. Raspberry is my personal favorite. But I could also go for like a chocolate mousse cheesecake. I like that too. Bolshik says I used to hate cheesecake as a lad. I like super sweet sweets. That's fair. Yeah, I like cheesecake as a kid, but I was also into like super sweet things. I can eat sweet stuff today, but I've gotten more of an appreciation for bitter sweet things. Things that are not, they don't just front load you with sugar. I like that more than sugar these days. But sugar cookies are, I have issues with sugar cookies sometimes for that reason. Ballshack goes on to say, now I like it quite a bit. Then they go on to further to say, I'm still into super sweet sweets, but I've become more mature in my tastes. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I'm kind of the same way. Where my tastes have only matured as time has passed. Grunge says katsu chicken curry. I am going to furiously scribble down some of these because I can already see that I'm going to like some of these, maybe. Salt and pepper chicken and rice. We eat that a lot here at the house. Chicken and rice is a staple meal, along with macaroni and tomatoes, perhaps a bit to my chagrin. Chow mein. I like chow mein. Aloo paratha. I'm gonna write that down. I hope I'm not butchering the name. Bread and hummus. Hummus is okay. I wouldn't eat it often, but I wouldn't turn down hummus. It just can't be like super gritty or salty. It's got to be ground up fine. And you like most pasta stuff? Yeah, I like pasta. You know, I could have spaghetti all day. Super delicious. Just take out a huge jar of pesto about yay big. Cook the spaghetti in it. Hummus is like pesto is delicious. Bolshek says sugar cookies. I like fudge stripe cookies. Yeah, I also like fudge stripes. I like ice cream sandwiches. I like all cakes and cupcakes. Yeah, you're speaking my language. I went to a pastry shop the other day and had the best turtle cake style cupcake I've ever had. That does sound delicious. That does sound delicious. Ballshack goes on to say hummus messes me up for some reason. It's the garbanzo beans. That's what hummus is. It's ground up garbanzo beans. Or it's like ground up chickpeas, right? So yeah, you're getting messed up because starch. Ballshack goes on to say, I like katsu style pork the most. That's the second time I've seen that word. I'm gonna have to look that up when we go to take our miniature commercial break later. My sibling loves hummus. They are a huge garbanzo bean enjoyer. Grunge says I don't have much of a sweet tooth. That's fair. My dad's the same way. He like the sweetest thing he'll eat is like Rocky Road. Like Rocky Road ice cream. Other than that, he's a meat and potatoes guy. Bolshek says I'm a bona fide sweet freak. I can see this. Bolshek goes on to say chickpea and garbanzo are the best. My sibling would get along well with you. They could probably talk about garbanzos for a clean half hour. I mean the same, yeah. Oh, the chickpea and garbanzo beans are the same. Yes, they are the same. Bolshek says, I don't like them. Mima loves garbanzos. Yeah, they're okay. I have to be in a mood for them. Rocky Road is pretty sweet. Yeah, it can be, but he doesn't step beyond the border. You're not gonna have like a, I don't know, like a Dairy Queen triple chocolate blizzard or something. That's too much for him. Too rich, too sweet. Grunge asks, which one of us is light-sided versus dark-sided on the food question coin? Interpret that however you wish. Oh, that is such an open-ended question, because if I interpret that as, you know, angel food cake versus devil's food cake, I'm a devil's food cake enjoyer. Like give me that, like stuff that's rich but is not necessarily super sweet. If light versus dark is more like I like to eat light versus fried food or other things, I don't know. I can go either way. I'm both light and dark. Now, if the question is more like between you or Ballshack, don't know. Even though we're sitting here discussing food now, I wouldn't really know where to place you. Maybe light versus dark is like sweet versus not sweet, but I don't know. I'd have to think. I'd have to really sit and think about that. Ballshack says between me and you, Grunge, or you and Coin, or yeah, okay, clarification time between them and Ballshack. Yeah, can I take a rain check on such a question? I don't know enough. Ballshack says Dairy Queen is gross to me now because I can taste that it's not real milk. Yeah, it's a slurry. It's a mix. Then again, I try not to eat ice cream these days because lactose and me do not get along. Ballshack says Grunge is dark as always my starting point, assuming he's got the gothic choice. Grunge says I am goth. Yeah, big lore fact. That's completely fine with me. Goth is totally fine. Because liking the grungy aesthetic is not a marker of personality. It is not a marker of character. It is just it is a visual preference or style. Bolshek says, and I'm just a good old boy from the southern USA. I am part of a generation of Scots people that have moved to the deep south, is what I will probably say there. I am as not south, I'm as not southern as you can get for being an inhabitant of the southern United States. Bolshek goes on to say, I'm a goth and stuff. I actually think it's a marker character, but a good one. Fair enough. To each their own. I don't know. I've seen people, dress in goth and be just huge reprobates, and then I've seen people, like dress in that sort of style and be the nicest people known to mankind. It really, I really think, even though goth or like southern cowboy attire or insert some other style here, it's all a style. Those are all just like visual preferences at the end of the day. And what matters is the depth of character underneath. Bolshek says goth is good culture. Yeah, I wouldn't be inclined to disagree. Grunge says, I'm a Wuthering Heights goth. I have no context for what that means, but I will take your word for it. Bolshek goes on to say, I think it goes beyond visual preference. Sure, you can have a discussion about culture. Like, yes, those visual styles do have like a whole culture associated with them. That's not really what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is being a participant of one culture over another does not determine it doesn't define you, right? If you donate to charity, or help old ladies across the street, or you tutor children, then those are a better judge of what defines you than being a participant in some sort of sociocultural phenomena, that being the style of dress known as goth, or the style of dress known as southern cowboy, or the style of dress known as the Victorian era, that kind of thing. Grunge says it means a deep English countryside goth. Okay. I will definitely be doing the minus AI search into Google, and I'm trying to understand that more. But those words do give me enough to go on, so thank you. Bolshak says that's true. I'd like to think so. Then you go on to say, I think old school goth help old ladies across the street and tutor children in a higher proportion than most subcultures. Sure. They are tied with southern cowboy and steampunk. Yeah, they all can be very alluring cultures for different reasons. I don't know. I guess the most you could say is I have more kinship with like Victorian era style of dress or like 1920s style of dress for gentlemen. I've always been a huge fan of the tailored suits. Is Victorian goth? I know there's Victorian goth, but I assume that the Victorian style dress is like different than just like straight up goth. Victorian is goth adjacent. Oh boy, we're getting into what's adjacent and what's not. My favorite conversation. Grunge says, I mean, yeah, that fits into the mold I'm talking about, but like not as like cosplayish. Yeah. You're talking about the deeper connotations with what that group of words mean, not just the style of dress or the things that people enjoy. I get it. Bolshek says Victorian people attended Gothic churches. I wouldn't be surprised. With gargoyles and hyper-complex stone design. Absolutely. I'm sure there were also quite a few number of people that just went into huge stained glass cathedrals and went to like churches that were less, or not less, but differently designed. Just kind of depends. I'm gonna make one attempt at the boss here, and then we are going to take a mini ad break like we discussed earlier, to keep the pre-roll away. Grunge says, I actually do listen to the true goth rock music from back in the day, like Susie, so I'm not a poser. I wouldn't call you a poser in my wildest dreams, is what I will say. No one can really be a poser. We all choose the amount of culture we want to participate in, as do I and so many other people. Bolshek says, I'm a Southern cowboy, Victorian goth bad boy. And then, I'm joking, of course. I wear polo shirts and slacks. Yep, there we go. See? The thing we want to be doing versus the thing we often do in real life, right? Speaking of things that I need to be doing in not real life, though, it is focus time. Let's hopefully get this sucker down this time. Bolshek says, I love dressing semi-professionally. I do too. It is my claim to fame. It's the new goth. I feel like that's maybe a tiny bit of a stretch, but I mean, each their own. All right, locking in time. Too early again. I need to wait a little bit longer before when he raises his hand like that. Oh, you're gonna spam this, are you? I'm sorry, did that actually not land? Okay, thank goodness. Ancient Dragon Knight Kristoff. Ooh, I remember this particular Spirit Ash. He's a good one. Okay, we got him. Now you can move on to other pastures. I guess that's up to interpretation. I kind of fell off the I kind of fell off the styles and being part of the active societal culture some time ago. I didn't even need a single. I only needed one flask of cerulean tears. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. Now, as much as I would love to continue, and we are going to continue. We do need to take a commercial break to bat away that pre-roll. So, since we're not going to be doing the usual ad break, it's going to be a mini. There will be a timer in front of the webcam when that occurs. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I've just remembered something, good sir. When the Nintendo Switch 2 first released, I needed a place to safely store my new Nintendo Switch 2 games. I had a couple of spare Hori 24 game card case for Nintendo Switch, but of course Mr. Jason wasn't putting Nintendo Switch 2 game cartridges inside of Nintendo Switch branded case, so I waited, and then in January, Mr. Jason found the Hori 24 game card case for Nintendo Switch 2. Nice. So you bought 9 of them to be equal to how many that I had of the former cases. So Mr. Jason ordered them and temporarily took out Amazon UK's entire stock and the whole stock of the UK retailer Argos in doing so. I guess that's a feat you don't get to say very often, huh? Ballshick says I'm gonna grab an ice cream sandwich. Very well. Let's take that very titular 90-second ad break, and I will see you guys after we do such a thing. Hope you find something good to do during that time. See you then. Deck nabbit. Okay, I assume people can hear me clearly. So sorry about that. We are back from the commercial break. I hope we found something to do during that time. Normally, I would not be live during this hour, but, well, when you're late, you do what you have to make it up to your audience. Ballsheck says, I actually didn't grab an ice cream sandwich in time. You have to put on another ad break. I hope that is a good demonstration of what I mean when I say If you guys ever think about why the ad breaks are 3 minutes, it's not only for me, it's for other people that walk away, and 90 seconds is just not enough time to like walk away, do something, and come back. It's not. No, it's perfectly okay that it's not, but like, you know. Not much more, not much really that much more to say about it. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, if I ordered 3 more Nintendo Switch Pro controllers, I would have enough for 8-player Smash and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Yeah, that is certainly a Mr. Jason thing for sure. I take it you're having trouble sleeping, Mr. Jason. Because you did tell me you were off to go rest. Just totally fine. I know what insomnia feels like. Clarifying some things. Walshek says it's so I can do my pre-ice cream sandwich push-ups. I'll run out when I'm hankering. Fair enough. Speaking of hankering, these guys I think are hankering for rain on their parade, but not before I need to calibrate the spells back again and wear the appropriate gear. Balshak asks, Coin, say you were stepping out of a grocery store. What chocolate bar do you select on the way out? Okay, it has to be a chocolate bar. So, give me a Hershey's Special Dark Edition. Or like the dark label. Give me one of those. If I'm allowed to pick fancier, then give me not Godiva, that's too expensive for my blood, but like a... Oh, I feel like I remember this chocolate brand, but... Yeah, Lindt. A Lindt would be a good example of a chocolate bar I would, like, grab. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. I was just watching some TV and then I remembered some wonderful things to tell the good sir. Very well. Understandable. Yeah, a Lindt. Or what's that one that's like, I know, really descript. It's the one that has pistachios in it. I really like that. In fact, I recently had some cookie dough bites that had the Dubai label on the box. So they had they had pistachio. Yeah, it's not Dubai. Yeah, exactly. I think people know what I'm grasping at, but I don't know the right label for it. Bolshek says I like the Hershey's a lot. To Europeans, it tastes like vomit. Probably because it's made with some old like questionable ingredients and probably lots of insect shells. But you know, what do you do about that? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, say you were stepping out of the hotel chocolat. What would you pick up? I would pick up a velvetizer. I would come out with the hardware. I know, getting hardware from a chocolate store, what am I, nuts? But, I mean, you have to start the hotel chocolat experience correctly. You gotta get the equipment they're selling. Balshek says, I don't question. I just chow down on the bug chocolate. That's fair. I'm gonna counter that with the Ratatouille meme of, do you not know what you're eating? Insert that scene from the movie here. Like, that would, believe it or not, that does bother me. I actually have to know what I'm eating. I get freaked out when someone hands me mystery meat and I'm like, Oh, you expect me to just eat this? Like, what's in it? Is there poison? Are you gonna kill me with it? I gotta know. It's for safety reasons. And we're about to go somewhere where poison is very common, so Bolshek says, well, if it's cooked, I just go mucho gracias and shovel in the case of meat. You know what? You know, live and let live, right? You only live once. You should live carefully, but if you're gonna live once, then you might as well live the way you want. That fair. I guess I'm just of the camp that it would bother me if I didn't know what I was eating. So we're going to be gallivanting around here for a little bit, picking up rune pieces. There are tons of things that we can grab in this just like open area. Bolshek says, hey, Coin, do you have any travel aspirations or desires? Dream destinations in the world? Yes, a new home. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Okay. I suppose the one thing that I would probably want to go see is like the Douglas clan castle. This ties back into the heritage conversation that Grunge and I had a couple of hours ago, and although I do not claim my heritage right, my own middle name does come from the clan, the Scottish clan my whole family originates from. And so I know I'm fairly sure we have clan lodgings, or we have like actual land, like it may be even a castle. I'd have to do more research, but if we have holdings like that, I want to see them. That's like a dream of mine. Or, you know, if I find out there's nothing, then okay, we find there's nothing. Can't do anything about that. Bolshek says he would rather visit Scotland than Japan. Look, Japan's a beautiful country. And if, you know, if Logan Paul hadn't made things so difficult for us in Japan, I maybe would say Japan more readily, but Japan is on a huge like anti-tourism stint right now. A lot of the locals are getting really tired of tourists coming in and disrespecting their laws. So, and especially in America, or like considering like United States people, the United States / Americans, that makes it really hard to visit Japan right now. But it's not like it's a bad. It's not like it's a bad place or anything. Bolshek says, "Would you rather visit Italy or Norway?" Probably. God, can't say both. I have to pick. Probably Italy. It puts me closer to the Vatican, a place that I want to go and see. But also, I learned Italian. I can't like speak it, but I can read Italian. I can read some Italian. I used to have a viewer who came from Italy, and she would sometimes type things in Italian, so I picked it up when she visited. I don't really practice it that much, but I could read some of it. Bolshek says Vatican is high on the list. Yeah, it's one of the few places I'd like to go. And people are like, ew, a land of the Pope. Why? First off, Pope Leo is the GOAT right now. Second, even if the current Pope were not in place, there's the Sistine Chapel. So there's literal history to be studied. And, you know, it helps when people believe the same thing you do. Like, there's already common ground. I'm not a Catholic, or anything, but the Vatican and myself both have the faith in common, so it's easier to talk to people because you already have that's one less cultural separator you have, right? It's like if you ask an otaku where they would like to go, and they say Japan, right? And they've like really studied Japanese culture, so they know the ins and outs, they know what's polite, they know what's rude, you know, and they'll say something like, well, to them, we have fewer cultural separators. We have fewer things different than we have things in common. That kind of thing. Grunge is a gothic otaku Christian. I sort of doubt that. Grunge also goes on to say I'm not an otaku. I like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm using words. I know an otaku is generally the more polite way of saying someone who is really very invested in Japanese culture and they're a foreigner. You don't say the W word for that. It's seen as a slur. It's derogatory. Where was that caravan? Ah, it's over there. Grunge says I've seen a lot of anime, yeah. Oh, yeah, that doesn't make one an otaku. It makes one an anime enthusiast. If they don't also, like, you know, express a desire to routinely wear Japanese kimono, have, like, cup ramen all day, or other, like, Japanese cuisine, that, like, you have to do a little bit more than just watch anime to be an otaku. That's my understanding of what the word means. They have to, like, adopt mannerisms, or other stuff. Ballshack goes on to ask, hey Coin, would you rather visit Ireland or Australia? Ireland, but that's like in the same ballpark as, you know, Ireland puts me close to Scotland, you know, the home of my ancestors. And so, you know, by preferring to visit Scotland, I can also visit Ireland at the same time and enjoy the beautiful countryside out there. Crunch says, this isn't looking good for me. Oh, you like the... Yeah, okay. I can see why you said that. You must like kimonos, huh? Among other things. Give me 1 second. I'll be more than happy to read comments. All right, you filthy jackanape, get out of here. I thought I heard another soldier, but I think that was just a delayed sound there. All right. Mr. Jason says, Nintendo inadvertently saved Mr. Jason a bit of money, good sir. With the Nintendo Switch, it didn't matter what Nintendo Switch Joy-Con that you use, but with the Nintendo Switch 2, they decided to add a blue and orange sticker in the side parts of the Nintendo Switch 2, and so other Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con 2 won't match. Oh, so they gave you an indicator to let you know which Joy-Cons you're using. That makes sense. Bolshek says, you know what we call that? A euphemism. He's an otaku. I mean, okay. So the kimono and the cup noodles, that's still not quite enough. We're getting closer to otaku. We're getting closer. You could be gifted a kimono and like cup noodles. I like cup noodles. It's one of my favorite dishes of ramen. Like, I'm a huge cup noodle enjoyer. I am not an otaku. I do not watch anime that much. you have to have an obsession. The biggest thing is the obsession. So like if you eat the cup noodles, do you obsess over eating more cup noodles? You think it's just the best thing on planet Earth, and like other food is inherently inferior? Do you think the kimono is like the best style of dress, and are other articles of clothing seen as inferior? You know, you almost have, like, this is the part that I think has to really be said when it comes to otaku, is there's an obsession that it'll either border on respect, like genuine curiosity and wanting to know more about the culture, which also makes one an otaku, or it's the you know, I obsess over everything Japanese. It's being Japanese is like a hobby of mine, or being inured with Japanese culture and media is a hobby. It has to be the motivation more than anything. Balshek says the kimono is big, and then Grunge was saying I do eat cup noodles, based, and have like a kimono dressing gown hybrid. I wish I had one, but I mean, just because kimonos wear nicely, they're not too thin, or not too thick, excuse me. I hate bathrobes over here in the, or that sort of thing here in the States. It's always thick for no reason. Mr. Jason says it does make sense, but it also triggers Mr. Jason, or would trigger Mr. Jason. I can imagine so, because it doesn't look uniform. Balshek says he does. A smoking gun, so to speak. The smoking gun is one thing, but the obsession really has to be there. Grunge says, let's see, I've seen a lot of Japanese movies. I've seen a handful. Doesn't make me an otaku. I learned a bit of hiragana a while ago. If you're learning it to be multilingual, or there's like a practical application for it, then not a big deal, right? But if you're not doing, if it's not just practical, but you genuinely enjoy it to a point that I can see that this is quite this is quite the subject. Balshek asks, Coin, would you rather visit Scotland or the Holy Land? That's a tough one. Probably Scotland, though. I have a stronger pull for wanting to know my own, like, family heritage. See, I don't deny that I have the heritage, right? I only deny a claim to it. As the part I wish, because my sibling and I have fought over that before. You know, they get upset when I say that I don't really want to lay claim to it. They're like, that doesn't change the fact of who you were born to. I'm like, yeah, sure. It doesn't change the fact. I don't feel like I've earned the claim. I've not taken a DNA test. I've not studied the culture. It's like it's no better than when Elizabeth Warren was making race claims she couldn't back up. Like, come on. Balshek says he's seen more than a handful. He's seen over 100, I'm sure. There's no practical application. Plants don't speak Japanese. I mean, if we pair this with I've watched 290 Japanese films, okay, we're now really teetering on otaku behavior. We are now teetering on otaku behavior. Now, note, like I was saying, being an otaku is not a bad thing at all. That, again, being called an otaku is the respectful term for this. if someone said you're a weeb or you're a weeaboo, yeah, that's derogatory. It is meant to degrade. I know I said the word just now, but I say that to say, if you're not obsessed, because that's the distinguishing metric between otaku and weeaboo, is otaku understands the underlying culture, does not just defend Japan obsessively. They understand that Japan has flaws. It's not perfect. Weeaboos tend to look past this. Like, weeaboos will defend the Japanese Empire during the World War II. That would be like a huge difference. Or they like obsessively go out of their way to defend the Japanese Empire. Grudge says it's so over. Like I said, being called an otaku is not a scarlet letter. I would actually even take some pride in that, because you understand the culture enough to critique it. Most people don't. Grunge the Goth-taku gamer. My goodness. Yeah, Japan is definitely not perfect. Exactly. If you could say that, and you could say, you know, the geishas that the Japanese Empire kept for use with their soldiers, like the women they employed forcibly for their soldiers, is wrong. That is a suitable enough distinguishing behavior that you could not correctly be labeled a weeaboo. Not that that's a valid label in the first place, but that's kind of the distinction one has to make. If you were aiding and abetting crappy behavior, that's kind of where why weeaboo is a slur. That's where it comes from. Grunge Monkey says, I'm quite famous in some circles for critiquing Japan. I'd be the first one to join you. I've read Mishima. I have not read Mishima, so I should probably do that if I want to talk further, but yeah. Japan is no better or no worse than any other country. We all have our flaws. Some of us just participate more in ghastly behavior than others. Bolshek says, you know the fun fact that humans are 70% water? That was learned by Japanese people doing experiments on a Chinese fellow? Yeah. Look, the science doesn't always have, nice origins. It's like aspirin. Do you know how we got aspirin? We got aspirin by, the Nazis doing stamina intolerance tests on the Jews that they kept, and the non-Jews that they kept in camps for the express purpose of torture. But we don't deny how useful aspirin is. But while we also don't deny how useful aspirin is, we also do not waste any time we don't waste any time with saying that wasn't an excuse to... There shouldn't have been a reason for aspirin to have been developed. If anything. Allstrike says, would you rather... Oh, boy. Nice! I love getting, hit hard by a dog. Cool. Couldn't even... No, I do not know where that Stake of America is. I do not want to take... Pro tip. If you're playing Elden Ring, just base Elden Ring. Never mind other Elden Ring. Do not ever take a Stake of America that you do not know the location of, or don't remember the location of. That stake, for all you know, could be next to 5 soldiers and you're dead, or next to a boss gate with active guards and you're dead. Bolshek says, would you rather visit Spain or Germany? That's a toughie. That's actually a really tough question. I suppose if I had to, I would probably lean a little more toward Germany. They're about 50-50 for me. But I lean a bit more toward Germany because, you know, we're currently not blockading them. We haven't currently performed what is essentially a trade embargo on them. So although everyone has reasons to be pissed at us, the people in Spain have like a huge reason to be pissed at us. Bolshek says, well, without the geopolitics, then it's a coin flip. More about the culture, insights, and climate. I would give a slight lean to Spain on this, because Spain actually has they have areas that are dedicated to solar screens. Like some of their farms are covered in solar screens, which are made out of like a reflective aluminum alloy, and they use that to quite literally beat back the UV and like send it somewhere else. Bolshek says, I'm swapping to Germany if you guys go Spain. Can't all be on the same page with this. Yeah, a little bit. Well, understand that it's hot in Spain, one, and two, the reason that they are covering their farms is specifically as a result of global warming or global climate initiatives. So Spain is actually putting money where their mouth is and doing something about it. I have huge amounts of respect for Spain because they take the climate threat seriously while everyone else is just paying it lip service. Maybe not everyone under the sun. There are certainly some other countries, but Spain is actually doing something about it. Even if it's small, it's something. And it's not tied up in the legislative over there. Bolshek says, would you rather visit England or Korea? England. And that's no diss on Korea, but or anything like that. It's you know, no language barrier to have to worry about. There is the whole, you don't have free speech, but honestly, just as long as people give me a list of, or I can find a list of things not to say, I'm okay. Yeah, the only good monarch's a dead monarch would get me in a lot of trouble. Korea also doesn't have free speech. Yeah, that's like a huge learning curve, is learning what you can't say. Not even because of regular social interaction, but the law literally states you can't say it. Grunge says, free speech in England, you can't insult the crown or you'll go to jail. Never mind the whole mean tweets online business. Never mind that. I'm talking like pre-crazy era. You couldn't really insult the Windsors. You can't disparage Parliament or the royal monarchy. They will cuff you. What was their original name? The Windsors? Yes. I'm pretty sure they're the Windsors. I don't know how long the Windsors were a royal family, but Grunge says you have to be a senior citizen on Facebook to get locked up for a social media post, to be fair. Bolshek says their original name was German. I'm definitely not a historian. I'm definitely not a historian. And I know about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but I don't think Mountbatten is German either. See, there we go. I don't know everything. Grunge says, you are worried if you came here, you'd accidentally say a punishable insult to the crown? Yep. like I said, the classic sentence of the only good monarch is a dead one is reason enough to cuff me, deport me, or refuse entry in the first place. Do I necessarily believe that? Not anymore, but I did certainly believe it at one point. I have said it publicly before. And we're in surveillance era. Let's not forget that. If the UK wants to spend energy to find out all the abhorrent things I may or may not have said, or the punishable offenses as they were, they will find it. Whether or not they do anything about it, Grunge says, I think if you screamed that outside of Parliament, nothing would actually happen. Yeah, because that would be the hope, because I'm not actually directing it at the crown. For all we know, I'm referring to a different group of monarchs with that, but still, it's a core issue that Americans have to deal with. We're not particularly well adjusted to most other places in the world because we are used to being able to say what we want, good or bad. You know what? It could just as easily apply if the monarchy were actively in power, as opposed to it being a figurehead, right? Or going over to Saudi Arabia and talking about the monarchy there, or talking about Islam there. Like, you get hanged for being in places like that, for just saying the wrong thing or looking the wrong way. Yeah, as an American, I'm not adjusted to that. That's just me being honest with myself. And never mind the tism, right? I really feel for the autists who probably are in Saudi Arabia or other places. Life must be a nightmare for them. Or anywhere else where stuff like that gets you in trouble. This has been a lovely conversation, and I could go on forever and ever, but I believe dinner is waiting on me, so I am going to go eat. Bolshek says the dude the Brits arrested an autistic girl for hate speech last year and put her in the slammer. They arrested a college dude for defending himself, and then claimed to apologize over being misled later. They also put a 14-year-old girl in the slammer for defending herself from people that wanted to do dirty things to her. I'm being really evasive about that on purpose. Yeah. I said it a couple of times. I'll say it again. Thanks for checking in, but I really hate this timeline. Thanks for checking in. We're all humanity's a piece of garbage. Sorry. I swear I'm not this animated about stuff like this. Anyway, great conversation to end off on. Yeah, autistic people and LGBT people need their own country, and we needed it yesterday. As the last thing I'm ending off on, you guys have been great. Thank you guys again so incredibly much for hanging out with me. You guys have been the best. Streaming is the best mental therapy money can buy when I have an audience like mine. We will be back at this again tomorrow, and hopefully we won't die multiple times to win Grant today, and or we'll actually get more than 4 bosses done. At the same time as always, and hopefully on time this time. Walshik says I'll be here after work tomorrow as well, I reckon. Fair enough. Then I look forward to your presence, along with everyone else, of course. My name is Coin, everybody. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. Fire spells only, all content. If you guys are so inclined and haven't done it already, please do consider checking out the link tree underneath the video player on Twitch or in the description on YouTube. For you guys on Kick, I will go ahead and do that. I will go ahead and spit out the link tree right now, which is here. that has my Discord on it. We're doing a voting item in there. If you guys have not voted on the current vote item in voting for content, you should seriously do so, because that determines the pacing of future backlog Fridays for the time being. Plus, you know, especially if you are contributing patrons, the votes are one of the main gimmicks I have to give you guys benefits outside of like emotes or platform specific privileges. So there is that. But outside of that, and not wanting to make this too long, please do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst my hallowed halls anytime, no matter how you find them or how you get here. I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. And with that, farewell and goodbye.